who are joining us today, especially for the presentation of the members from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation and Infrastructure Development. I see the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Arlene Williams. She is to my right, along with Mr. Stephen Edwards, the Managing Director for NROC. Thanks for coming. And I'm also seeing Mr. Varden Downer from National Works Agency. I know I'm missing somebody. And Mr. Yannick Watson, Chief Technical Director for NROC as well, in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. I see to my left Senator Rose Bennett Cooper, and former, from the government side, and former Member of Parliament, who is here with us quite often, Sharon Hay Webster. Visiting also, whom I would love to especially welcome, is the family of Dr. Russell, who will be presenting. His wife is here, and his children are here to give him support. And I know that members from both constituencies, both the constituency of Clarendon North Central and St. Anne's South Eastern, would be here in the gallery. I welcome you as well as all the other members of the gallery joining us for today's sitting. I hope you find today to be an enjoyable one and you enjoy the proceedings. As usual, please remember the decorum required by visitors, no loud noise or clapping or disturbing the sitting of the House in any way. We would also like to notify that the broadcast is live on PBCJ, and we welcome them and others joining us via the various social media platforms and various media houses. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, here. Mr. Green, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips.
Big up on yourself and on the like and share, because bombshell are dropping a parliament today, you know. Bombshell.
Dr. Russell.
And
Ms.
bombshell.
Paul,
Just believe no man,
Mr.
bombshell
Smith.
in a parliament today, so I want to get in a protective gears
Mr.
and
Dwayne
come back
Vaz,
for listen, bombshell.
Warmington.
And I like and share. Big up everybody who check in,
Mr.
who soon check in, just spread the word.
and
One Talking
Ambassador
Mind TV
Marks.
on the app.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
I tell you, big up yourself, you know.
Thank
One
you,
talk
Madam
man,
Speaker.
team.
I'm going
Listen,
to ask
go
for
on.
the suspension of the agenda and that we go straight to public business. Let me join you in welcoming those who are here with us from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, as they have come to hear the Member of Parliament for Clarendon North Central, who will be our first presenter in our sectorial debates, the Honourable Robert Morgan. And I also join in welcoming those from North Central Clarendon and also those from St. Anne South East, especially the family of Dr. Russell, who will be making his first presentation in this House. So, Madam Speaker, could we suspend the agenda and go straight to public business, where we look forward to the presentation from the member from Clarendon North Central. All of us look forward to it.
House, the question is that we suspend the items on the agenda, move to public business to take the debate in the sectoral debate as we usually do. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Let's make welcome to his feet the Minister in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Permission to speak?
I ask your permission to speak from a seat that is not ordinarily mine.
Permission granted, Minister.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I also ask that you allow me to, at times in my presentation, use the Jamaican language, which is not normally allowed in the House.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very
Members,
much.
the question is that the member be allowed to speak from time to time in a language that is the Jamaican dialect. Those in favor? Those against? The standing orders have been suspended, Minister, to allow you. Thanks for following the rules, Minister.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to say that today I'm thankful. I am thankful for the privilege of serving the people of Jamaica. The works portfolio touches the daily life of every citizen, and the infrastructure challenge before us is not small. Neither is the government's ambition to meet it. In this portfolio, Madam Speaker, one quickly learns that the potholes come in many forms. Some are found on the road, others appear in politics. The responsibility of leadership, however, is to navigate both with patience, discipline, and a steady hand. Madam Speaker, I first want to express my sincere appreciation to the Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Michael Holness, for his continued confidence in my stewardship of this portfolio. And member from Manchester, Northeast. In 2016, I had the pleasure of being appointed the youngest Director of Communications in the Office of the Prime Minister. In about 2022, I had the opportunity of being appointed the youngest Minister without portfolio with responsibility for information. And in 2024, I was appointed the youngest Minister without portfolio for works. So I have much to thank the Prime Minister for his leadership and mentorship has been a significant part of my personal development. And he continues to inspire and guide not just me, but a lot of the younger members who surround me today as we traverse a very difficult political path to continue to bring Jamaica forward and continue to develop our country. I also acknowledge the outstanding team within the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, led by Permanent Secretary Mrs. Arlene Williams. Her steady judgment, administrative discipline, and commitment to excellence continue to support the execution of this broad and demanding portfolio. I thank her and her team who have worked really hard assisting me with late nights with this presentation. Also, to the National Works Agency team that is here. I see Mr. Down and I understand Mr. Hunter is on his way. And also Mr. Shaw from the National Road Operating and Construction Company. Thank you very much for the support you have given me over the last 2 years. To the people of Clarendon North Central, thank you for your confidence you continue to place in me to keep me grounded, focused, and accountable. You remind me every day as your youngest ever MP that public service is not, I am a past student also of Garvey Maceo, but I did spend time in my final high school years at Clarendon College, and I want to say thank you to Mrs. Porteous, who was the vice principal, who accepted me into sixth form, as well as her husband, Mr. Porteous. They are both gone. Yes. But the legacy, Prestere et Prestare, continues to shine that bright light in the hills of Chapelton. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my team at my office, my secretary, all my support staff who are sitting here today, my councillors, Councillor Caretaker Faulkner, Councillor Brown, who is here, and Councillor Mitchell, who is not here today. I also want to thank my parliamentary colleagues on both sides of this House. I want to say I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of your constituents. Also, your persistent reminders about the roads in your communities. I assure you that the messages have been received, often more than once, and the work to address many of those concerns are underway. I want to, Madam Speaker, pay respect to my family, both extended and direct. To my 4 children, they don't believe I have 4 children, Minister. I am a disciple of the Minister of Health. And I also want to thank my partner, Melisian, who has stood beside me through these years of trials and tribulations. I have fulfilled my biblical obligations. I don't think I need to do any more. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the people of Jamaica. Yes. When I think about the responsibility this portfolio carries, I'm reminded of what ordinary Jamaicans experience when they leave their homes. That mother in St. Elizabeth navigating a difficult road to take her child to school. That farmer we met in South Trelawney, member, having to traverse challenging breakaways due to Hurricane Melissa to take their yam to market. The owner of the shop in Portland, whose customers sometimes don't come as often because the road access is difficult. And many commuters in Kingston and Portmore who call, and even members of parliament from both sides who advocate because of the challenges with the roads. These are not abstract concerns, and they are the daily reality that this portfolio exists to change. At the outset, Madam Speaker, I want to say, I am not under any illusion about how Jamaicans feel about traveling on some of our roads. They feel frustrated at times. In many cases, they feel forgotten. And I want to be clear, that frustration is not unreasonable. It is not political in many cases. It is legitimate expectation of citizens who pay taxes, elect governments, and deserve roads that reflect their investment in their country. Madam Speaker, before I outline what we are doing, I want to address a question that is in the minds of many Jamaicans. How is it possible that a government can invest billions of dollars in roads, and yet the average Jamaican, in many cases, still feels that roads are in a deplorable state? Madam Speaker, to understand why roads are in the condition they are, Jamaicans must understand something that goes far deeper than potholes. The state of our roads is not simply an engineering problem. It is a physical legacy of decades of economic mismanagement.
That's right.
When a government borrows beyond its means, when interest rates cost once consume nearly 70 cents of every dollar collected in taxes, when the wage bill crowds out every other category of spending, infrastructure does not get funded.
That's right.
It gets deferred.
True word.
Year after year, budget after budget, the rehabilitation that should have happened did not happen. The drainage that should have been upgraded was not upgraded. The bridges that needed to be replaced were not replaced. It is for that reason, Madam Speaker, that I, as a Minister of Works, now has the privilege of putting in 55 bridges. No other minister has ever put 55 bridges. But the flip side of this minister having to put in 55 bridges, Madam Speaker, means that there needs to be 55 bridges put in. Who replaced the bridges before me? Where was the money to replace the bridges before me? For decades, including long periods under the PNP administrations, Jamaica carried one of the highest debt to GDP ratio in the world. The financial sector collapsed. FinSoc wiped out savings and businesses and the future of many generations of Jamaicans, of an entire generation. As the debt spiral followed and consumed fiscal resources that should have been used to build roads, schools, hospitals for the period. Madam Speaker, I expect, and I'm not surprised, at the retort from members of the opposition. The JLP has been in power for a decade, they will proclaim. Why haven't you fixed it? Madam Speaker, when we took office in 2016, the debt to GDP ratio was above 120%. The unavoidable fiscal task was to stabilize the economy and arrest the debt trajectory. Without that foundation, nothing else was possible. Without a stable economy, there would be no spark. There would be no bridge program. There would be no perimeter road. No highway investment, Madam Speaker. You cannot build a house on crumbling foundations. And you cannot build an economy, and you cannot build infrastructure on a broken economy. Madam Speaker, then came COVID-19, which collapsed the tourism sector and devastated revenues, costing us years of hard-won progress. Then came the global supply chain disruptions and inflationary shocks that drove up the cost of fuel, asphalt, steel, and equipment, meaning the same dollar was building less roads. But who can forget Beryl? Then came Raphael. And then Melissa, the most destructive hurricane to affect Jamaica and live in memory, undoing in days infrastructure that took years and billions of dollars to build. The member from Southwest St. Elizabeth knows exactly the roads we built that are now gone. $80 million worth of roads disappeared in 2 days. Madam Speaker, it is only within the last year that Jamaica's debt to GDP ratio has returned to the level seen in the mid-90s. Let us think about that for a second. I was born in 1981.
Young boy.
It is for my entire lifetime, adult life, Jamaica's debt to GDP ratio has been at the level of the post-FinSAC era.
Oh, yeah.
And it was only in 2025,
That's right.
when I'm now 45,
Yes.
that the debt to GDP ratio has gone back to where it was before FinSAC.
That's right. That's right. Rough.
This is how long it has taken to undo the damage, Madam Speaker. Not 10 years, not 20 years, an entire generation. And yet, even against this backdrop, this government has found the fiscal space to launch the largest road rehabilitation in Jamaica's history. To advance this government, to advance the accelerated bridge program, to advance the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, to invest billions in bridges and digital infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the lesson is simply put and is important. A country cannot build world-class infrastructure without the fiscal capacity to pay for it.
That's correct.
The capacity doesn't come from borrowing recklessly.
Amen.
It comes from managing an economy responsibly, reducing debt, stabilizing the currency, controlling inflation, and creating the conditions under which tax revenues can be directed towards national investment rather than consumed by interest payments and wages. Decades of underinvestment, Madam Speaker, cannot be undone overnight, not in the middle of a pandemic, not while absorbing back-to-back hurricanes, not while global inflation is driving up the price of every ton of asphalt. But under this government, rest assured, they will be undone systematically, deliberately, with fiscal discipline and pragmatically. With fiscal discipline, we have demonstrated that with sustained investment, that discipline has been made possible. Deliberately, Madam Speaker. They want the punchline, so let me give them the punchline. Madam Speaker, with fiscal discipline, we have demonstrated that the sustained investment that discipline has made possible. That sustained investment is the Perimeter Road, the bridge program, Spark, Madam Speaker. You asked for the punchline, so I give it to you. Madam Speaker, the road to better roads runs directly through a well-managed economy. Jamaica has spent the last decade building that economy. Madam Speaker, when this administration took on this challenge, it did not start from zero. It started from a massive infrastructure deficit created by decades of underinvestment.
That's true.
We are digging out from that deficit while managing stronger storms, higher construction costs, global supply shocks, and rising public expectations.
That's correct.
Madam Speaker, it is in that context that I invite this House and the people of Jamaica and the students from Clarendon College to examine not only the projects delivered, but the philosophy guiding them, the scale, the challenge being confronted, and the seriousness by which the government responds. Madam Speaker, this is why the theme of my presentation is good work, stronger by design.
That's right. That's right.
Madam Speaker, this is not a slogan. This is a governing philosophy.
That's right.
It means that the works portfolio cannot be judged only by the number of contracts signed or the number of kilometers paved or projects announced. Those things matter, but they are not enough. The real test is whether infrastructure performs under pressure.
Here. That's right.
Madam Speaker, this government, this Andrew Holness-led administration, that is the standard we are applying, because for far too long,
That's right.
Jamaica's infrastructure challenge has been treated mainly as a repair problem. Road fail, we patch it. Drain block, we clear it. Bridge weaken, we patch it. Those responses may be necessary at times, and we'll continue to respond on an emergency basis.
That's right.
But, Madam Speaker, the country cannot build its future on reaction alone. Jamaica cannot become the logistics sub-tourism hub, the Minister of Tourism, or which say tourism powerhouse, or manufacturing center, or digital economy without strong infrastructure. Madam Speaker, strong infrastructure is not decoration, it is development.
Here. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Madam Speaker, under that philosophy, the works portfolio will be guided under 4 themes. The first is resilient infrastructure. Roads, bridges, drains, and corridors that are designed to last longer and perform better under climate and traffic pressure. Second, integrated development, ensuring that roads are coordinated with water, drainage, utilities, and digital infrastructure with pedestrian safety in mind. Third, efficient delivery, strengthening procurement, supervision, contractor accountability, and so on. And fourth, measurable outcomes, ensuring that success is not measured only by expenditure, but by reduced travel times, safer roads, better access, stronger communities. Madam Speaker, these themes are easy to declare, but the real test is delivery. I want to turn now, Madam Speaker, to some of the projects under which this philosophy has been guiding. Madam Speaker, the clearest expression, and I'm going to take some time with this,
Take all the time you want.
of this government's new approach to road infrastructure is the SPARK program. And I'm not surprised that members of the opposition would react that way. Because the SPARK program, yes, they try to distract, but let me focus. The SPARK program is one of the most ambitious road rehabilitation ever undertaken by any government since independence. Madam Speaker, valued at $45 billion, which includes $5 billion for water infrastructure. This is the largest investment Jamaica has made in community roads in its history. Madam Speaker, I want the country to understand clearly what SPARK is and what SPARK is not. Madam Speaker, I want the country to understand clearly what SPARK is and what SPARK is not. Madam Speaker, SPARK is not a patching program. Madam Speaker, SPARK is not a temporary repair exercise.
That's right.
It is not an attempt to spread a little asphalt everywhere and pretend the road problem has been solved.
That is correct.
SPARK is a rehabilitation and reconstruction program built on modern engineering standards, improved drainage, stronger pavement structures, better utility coordination, and long-term value for money. Madam Speaker, when I was a child, and I used to see the PWD man them come, and when them lay the asphalt, it never thick like this. This is the SPARK standard, Madam Speaker.
That's right. That's right.
There are some who are short-sighted and want us to take the money and just patch every road.
Yes.
And then next year we take some more money and patch every road.
Yes.
But that is not a sustainable way to build resilience in infrastructure.
Here. That's right. That's right. No, Minister.
Madam Speaker, every single SPARK road
Yes.
has to be designed with a minimum service life of 7 to 14 years.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, since work commenced, we signed the SPARK contract in December 2024. And the work started in March 2025.
That's right. That's right.
As of April 2026, Madam Speaker, we're at 26% completion.
That's right.
9 work orders valued at $18 billion have been instituted,
Right.
covering 369 community roads across 4 packages.
Amen.
Construction has commenced on 210 roads. 109 of them have already been completed. Madam Speaker, which time in the history of Jamaica has this country fixed 109 roads in 12 months? It has never happened before.
Never happened.
We have reconstructed, Madam Speaker, in 1 year, a record number of roads.
That's correct.
Madam Speaker,
Don't be
when we went,
Stay on the road.
and I say this story all the time,
Stay on the
when the
road.
Prime Minister and I went to Everest Drive,
Yes.
we looked at the road and the NWA said to us this was going to be a $70 million road. And when the work started on the road, Madam Speaker, we realized that we needed to replace the pipe.
Yes.
We could have done like what used to happen in the past
That's right. That's
and not
right.
replace the pipe and pave the road.
No, we're not doing that.
But the Prime Minister gave us strict instruction, no matter the cost, the people must get good road.
Here, here. Here, here. That's right.
Madam Speaker, there was disruption of the hillside
Hello. Hi, 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 hi.
and
hi,
persons'
hi.
homes were made vulnerable. We never had in the budget retaining walls for Everest Drive,
You all are demonstrating.
but we built retaining walls to protect the livelihood and the homes of people who live there. So while the cost of Everest Drive has increased, we are comfortable with the increase because the value has been transferred to the people of Jamaica who pay the taxes and deserve good roads. I don't hear the member from East Kingston and Port Royal quarreling because he understands what we have done.
Word out there.
Madam Speaker, when we went to Paliment Drive
Yes.
and the sewage lines ruptured,
Yes.
in the past we would have just block it off and leave it. But under the Spark program, working with the NWC, me and Minister Samuda worked together and we fixed the sewage lines on Paliment Drive. Yes, it took some time. Yes, it took some time, Madam Speaker. I don't hear the Member of Parliament for that era complaining. I don't hear him complaining because he understands that the value of Spark has been transferred to the people of Paliment Drive who deserve it.
They deserve it. Is the happiest everybody over there?
Madam Speaker, there are some persons who are saying that the program is taking too long. The Spark program is a contract for a 2-year period with a 1-year defects liability period. No road will be handed over to the government under the Spark program unless it is approved by the independent consultant who have to inspect all the roads before they are handed over. Madam Speaker, if the road is handed over and we discover that by the acts or omissions of the contractor something happened to the road, the contractor is obligated to go back and fix the road. It's the first time, Madam Speaker, that community roads, parish council roads are getting this standard. So to the people of Jamaica, I say, if Spark don't reach here yet, we're coming. And to the people who have Spark and are asking when it's going to finish, we are doing the work properly, so when we are finished, you will be happy that your tax dollars were well spent. Madam Speaker, the program focuses on local and community roads, but it also has a main road component. The main road component, the Prime Minister will announce in short order. But I just want to mention shortly. We have a formula to determine the main roads. The main roads are not based on political desires. For example, let's look at a road like Port Henderson in St. Catherine. We have assessed the population, we have assessed the daily traffic, We have assessed the amount of schools, the amount of clinics, whether it is an emergency road, and that's how we have chosen the Spark main roads. The Spark main roads are the arteries that drive economic activity in Jamaica, and they are going to be fixed at the same standard that the other roads are being fixed, a standard that is an international standard.
That's right, that's right. That's right, that's right.
Madam Speaker, it means that we're not going to be patching the main roads. We're not going to only repair the surface. Roads such as Malines Road, Washington Boulevard, Red Hills Road, Stony Hill to Golden Spring, Cooperage to Garden Town, Florizel, Glasspool Boulevard, roads in Hanover, roads in Westmoreland. These roads are slated to be upgraded under the main road program. Madam Speaker, Spark is not only building community roads, yes, it's building main roads that carry daily movement of the country. Also want to address the question of fairness. The roads under Spark were not selected in secret.
No,
As a matter of fact, they were selected before my time
that is correct.
under a transparent process led by the SDC and the Constituency Development Fund.
That is correct.
The meetings were advertised.
Yes.
Churches came, civil society groups came,
All rules go.
opposition came, government came,
Yes.
and the roads
Dr. Charles
were
invited.
selected.
Dr. Charles invited.
The project pipeline, Madam Speaker, was developed through island-wide consultations.
That's correct.
And we are proud
Yes.
that for the first time in the history of Jamaica, the people were consulted on which roads they think were the roads to be repaired. This has never happened before. No government has had a national program to consult with the citizens to ask which roads do you think is most important to you. Madam Speaker, every constituency received a baseline allocation of $200 million. And then we developed an equity formula where the constituencies with the longest roads receive some more money. We have a Spark website that this information is on. But I just want to demonstrate, Madam Speaker, the difference in how the allocations were done. Let's look at Clarendon Central. Clarendon Central has 320 kilometers of community roads. It would have gotten a base allocation of $200 million. But the equity allocation, because it has less road density than another one I'm going to mention, was $54 million. Let's go over to Hanover Eastern,
Yes. Yes.
which has a road density of 621 kilometers.
Yes.
It too got a base allocation of $200 million, but got $104 million extra because of the length of roads in that constituency.
So much money.
The equity formula was not political, Madam Speaker. The equity formula was fair. And that's why our confidence in the Spark program cannot be shaken. Madam Speaker,
What about Eastern West?
Jamaica has approximately 27,000 kilometers of roads.
Yes.
But only 5,000 of them are under the control of the National Works Agency. Spark is historic but cannot repair every single road in Jamaica.
That is correct. That is correct. That is correct.
While the Spark program is going on, we still have other programs such as our patching program, our CAPEX program, our major investment on highways, and several other programs. The government entered into a program delivery contract, but implementation was always designed to proceed in phases. This allows for sequencing, oversight, and control. We recognize that this Spark program will not fix every road that is currently on the system as recommended. And that is why the Prime Minister has instructed that we start the planning for Spark 2.
What? Yeah, man. Yes, sir. Good Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the commitment of this government is not simply to move fast. It is to move properly, transparently, and set a standard that protects public investment.
That's right.
While Spark is transforming road access in communities along selected main corridors, we're also advancing major capital infrastructure projects. Madam Speaker, one of the projects that we're most proud of is the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project, which was designed to respond to the pressure that was causing challenges in Montego Bay. The project is a design and build program that is governed by the National Road Operating and Construction Company. The original contract was $274 million, but we have to revise it to $354 million as we have added the Long Hill bypass. Madam Speaker, at the heart of the project is 15 kilometers that functions along the perimeter of Montego Bay and will divert traffic from the city center and improve movement across the region. Madam Speaker, there were many calls of persons stuck on Howard Cook Boulevard for 2 hours who may not have business in Montego Bay but had to traverse through Montego Bay to go to Hanover or Westmoreland. Madam Speaker, we are proud of the Montego Bay Perimeter Road.
That's right. That's right.
Madam Speaker, complementing the Perimeter Road is the Long Hill bypass.
Game changer.
We have upgraded it from a 2-lane concept to a 4-lane facility with median barriers. This decision reflects the very principle of building stronger by design, not merely designing for today's traffic, but anticipating tomorrow's demand.
Yes.
We're also going to be expanding Barnett Street
Yes.
and work on construction of a 2-lane bridge over the Montego River will address the long-standing bottlenecks in the critical commercial area. Madam Speaker, the Montego Bay bypass is approximately 85% complete.
Yes.
And we expect, I see the head of NROC here, Prime Minister, we expect that by September, October, you'll be walking into St. James to cut the ribbon for the Montego Bay Perimeter Road. Madam Speaker, along with the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, we did, before Melissa, order a complete drainage study of St. James, Montego Bay to be exact. It is a good thing that we did that and had the foresight to do it, because what it did is showed us what are some of the solutions we will be able to implement in places like Catherine Hall that you see on the screen. Madam Speaker, Catherine Hall has a drainage problem. If you look, when we look at the, let me give you a little context as to what happened in St. James. We found that the rainfall exceeded 350 millimeters in 24 hours, with peak intensities reaching 295 millimeters per hour. We also found that the Montego River recorded peak flows of approximately 2,132 to 2,653 cubic meters per second, consistent with a 500-year return period event. These flows exceeded the design capacity of the Barnett Street Bridge by approximately 1,600%.
What?
That is the scale of the climate reality we are now facing. As a response, we are going to increase the conveyance capacity, make maintenance easier, and improve performance in the flat terrain in the Catherine Hall area. We have a proposed system which we are still assessing to look, which we are going to call the Montego Bay River Flood Control Plan, which is designed to preserve the existing levee system with controlled discharge points and backflow prevention measures.
Solid.
Madam Speaker, not only is the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project improving travel time and reliability, but it's also, as a residue of it, going to improve the drainage situation in Montego Bay to ensure that the people of West Green and Catherine Hall are not subjected to the devastating floods they faced under Melissa. Madam Speaker, the Southern Coastal Highway project is 98% complete.
That's right. Right, Rose?
Madam Speaker, the ship was a difficult project.
Yes.
It's never recommended by engineers to do such an expansive project where people are using the road while you're doing the project. It is what you call a brownfield project. Yes, there was a lot of disruption, there's a lot of inconvenience, but Madam Speaker, there is no one who can honestly say that the road from Harborview to Yallas going to Portland has not significantly improved the lives of the people of St. Thomas.
All roads are ready. Reach Parliament on time.
Madam
Reach
Speaker,
Parliament on time. Good road.
if you look on Google, Prime Minister, you will see that Google has already named the road
Yes.
the Paul Bogle Highway. And I don't know if
Name of car.
a member of Google is in the cabinet, but last year before the elections, cabinet did approve the renaming of a section of the highway to the Paul Bogle Highway, and I am aware that the Prime Minister will be cutting another ribbon, member from St. Catherine, in renaming that section of the road, the Paul Bogle. We just have walk and a cut ribbon, we can't help it. Madam Speaker, the South Coast Highway Improvement Project has changed lives.
Yeah, man.
It is 98% complete, but we still have a lot of work to do. It is not just a road. It has sewage, not sewage, it has sewage, but it also has water line. It is not normal, Madam Speaker. Normal, Madam Speaker, in Jamaica's history for such intense infrastructure to be put into an area that is not as developed. But the reason why we did it is we know that people wanted to develop St. Thomas. Before ship, you could go to St. Thomas and people were willing to just sell you their land.
Yes, yes.
I want anyone in here to go and try buy any land in St. Thomas right now and see.
Not even Rose can buy that.
The value of property in St. Thomas has increased significantly because of the investment that we have made in the infrastructure. Madam Speaker, we're doing the Port Antonio bypass as well, which is an extension of the South Coast Highway. And this will create another avenue to traverse Portland without going into Port Antonio. Madam Speaker, I want to speak a little bit about another program. It is called the Capital Expenditure Program.
Yes.
I'm pleased to report that the dualization of Grange Lane in Portmore is now substantially complete and already providing relief to motorists and commuters.
Amen.
I can also report that the widening of the Brayton Road and the Hellshire Main Road has reached approximately 40% completion. Madam Speaker, we are the government that believes in Portmore. We believe that the road network in Portmore must be strengthened to support growth, commercial activity, public transportation, and future development. As Portmore is about to be a parish, Madam Speaker, it is important that the infrastructure is built in Portmore commensurate with its parish status.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, but that's not all. The widening of Arthurine Drive with the installation of potable water and sewage infrastructure has been advertised and is going through the tendering process. The widening of Camp Road, which includes potable water and sewage infrastructure, has also been advertised and is going through the tendering process. These are not promises, members. The PIMS process, Public Investment Management Secretariat process, has approved these projects. These projects are going to happen. These two packages account for $3.4 billion in planned expenditure. I want to apologize in advance to the people of Kingston and St. Andrew, as when these projects begin before the end of the year, there will be disruption. And that's a part of the reason why we would love to start East Kingston and Lady Musgrave at the same time. We would love to start Tom Redcom Drive at the same time. These projects are ready to be implemented. We would love to start the new entry to Portmore and Municipal Boulevard at the same time. We would love to replace the bridge over Sandy Gully to Kenhill Drive at the same time. But, Madam Speaker, while this government has a development ethos, the government also has compassion.
Here. That's right.
So the Prime Minister has instructed that we should build as quickly as we can, but we must also sequence the projects with consideration for the motoring public. Yes, man, we're phasing it in. Madam Speaker, Spark is rebuilding communities. The Perimeter Road is transforming Western mobility. The South Coast Highway Improvement Project is strengthening the Southern and Eastern corridor. The Port Antonio Bypass is preparing Portland for further growth, and the CAPEX is addressing urban congestion, where citizens feel it every day. Madam Speaker, this is not scattered construction. It's a national infrastructure program designed to improve movement, support development, strengthen resilience, and connect Jamaicans more effectively to opportunity.
That's right, young man. That's right.
Madam Speaker, I want to now turn to another big program. There's a lot of them, you know.
Turn to anyone you want.
The Accelerated Bridge Program. I mentioned earlier in this presentation, Madam Speaker, that I am the first minister without portfolio who has the privilege, the youngest one, the privilege to be overseeing the building of 55 bridges in Jamaica. No other minister, and by extension, no other prime minister, no other government has invested so much in our bridges than this administration.
Mikhail.
Madam Speaker,
Troy Bridge.
the program has already been approved by the Investment Secretariat, and Cabinet will soon give approval, finally, for the contract signing, as the updated technical offer has already been submitted, and we are now in negotiations with our international partners for final approval in the coming weeks. This program is moving from policy approval to technical development, financing, and eventually execution.
Amen.
Each bridge requires design work, environmental and social due diligence. The PIMS process caused us to do geotechnical assessments and other inquiries to ensure that the project was fit for purpose. The program is not about only replacing structures. The program is about building greater resilience in our road network.
Right.
Madam Speaker, when I went to Black River after Melissa, we saw the damage that the hurricane did to the Black River Bridge. That bridge will be replaced under the program. Madam Speaker, the Accelerated Bridge Program was envisaged by our previous Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, long before Melissa. But we did our assessments and we realized that a lot of the bridges in Western Jamaica, due to the hurricane, were challenged. A large portion of the bridges, over 20 of the bridges that are going to be built, will be in the disaster area. And I think the people of Western Jamaica are recognizing that the government will be intervening in their bridges. Madam Speaker, it's about building greater resilience, not just in bridges, but our road network. Our bridges must be designed to withstand stronger floods, heavier flows, changing rainfall patterns. Hurricane Melissa reminded us that weak links in the road network can quickly become points of isolation. This is why bridge resilience is road resilience. On June 5, we cut another ribbon. We opened the long-awaited Troy Bridge, restoring vital connection for communities between Manchester and Trelawney. Madam Speaker, on June 12, we opened the Spring Village Bridge in St. Catherine. We are demonstrating, Madam Speaker, the value of a government that is able to spend resources for the benefit of the people. Work continues, Madam Speaker, on the Craig Mill Bridge in Portland, and several other bridges are under the recurrent expenditure program for repair. Currently, Madam Speaker, we are patching several sections of the island. I wish that the patching would have started earlier, but this government will not circumvent the procurement process. We will go through the procedures to ensure that nobody can come to Parliament member from St. Mary and accuse the Ministry of Works of not functioning with probity, accountability, and transparency. Before I end, Madam Speaker, I want to speak about Melissa. Madam Speaker, the National Works Agency has expended significant resources, especially in the areas that were most affected by Hurricane Melissa. By March of this year, we spent approximately $6 billion in our emergency response, clearance, drainage, restoring traffic signals, and emergency patching. Madam Speaker, this kind of work often happens under pressure and away from the spotlight. I want to give credit to the staff at the National Works Agency.
That's right.
The National Works Agency lost several of its offices in Western Jamaica, but none of our staff did not turn up to work. They were there when the road to Black River through Holland Bamboo needed to be cleared.
That's right.
They were there when several sections of Westmoreland needed to be accessed by the emergency services. None of the staff at the National Works Agency called in sick during Hurricane Melissa.
Stay on the road. Don't be distracted.
Madam Speaker, as a testament to the planning of this government through the Ministry of Economic Growth and the National Works Agency, no less than a representative from the World Bank commended the government on opening the roads. 85% were open within 5 days. That was a record. It wasn't us blowing our own trumpet, Madam Speaker. It was somebody from outside looking in, commending us. I do not take credit for that because I promote policy. But the people of Jamaica should take credit that we have built institutions that can respond to disaster in a quick way to save lives of the people of our country. Madam Speaker, we are also doing several gully programs. We have commenced work targeting several areas such as Torrington Bridge and other gullies in the parish of St. Andrew. And we will announce more gullies to come in subsequent presentations. But Madam Speaker, before I close, I want to finally talk about one of the most important policy directions that we have been given by the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has approximately 27,000 kilometers of roads. Approximately 5,000 kilometers fall under the direct responsibility of the National Works Agency. The remaining network includes parochial roads, which are parish council roads, farm roads, private roads, and in some cases, roads that belong to no one, which we call orphan roads. Madam Speaker, the Jamaican citizen, when a road is bad, does not first ask whether it's a main road, a parish council road, or a community road.
That's right. That's right.
The citizen simply asks, when are you going to fix my road?
That is correct.
This is why institutional reform is important. For far too long, Jamaica's road networks have been affected by fragmented responsibility, uneven standards, overlapping mandates, inconsistencies with maintenance practices, and limited coordination across parishes. This is why Cabinet, Madam Speaker, has approved the establishment of the One Road Authority. Despite what you may have heard, the One Road Authority is not here to weaken local government. It is not to remove the importance of parish-level responsiveness. It is not to ignore the knowledge of members of Parliament, councillors, municipal authorities, and communities. The objective is to create a clearer, stronger, more coordinated national framework for road planning and standards. Madam Speaker, Cabinet has approved the One Road Authority as an agency that will have two functions: an implementer of roads of national roads, and a regulator of all roads. Madam Speaker, it will subsume the functions of NROC and the Toll Authority as well as the National Works Agency. Madam Speaker, the regulator for all roads is important. As for too long, we have seen our roads being damaged, but no one takes responsibility for holding those doing the damage accountable. One of the important tools that will be in the reform will be the Jamaica Road Register, where finally the Jamaica will have a database of every road, who owns the road, what's the condition of the road, and persons will be able, through our app, to submit pictures and tell us what the condition of the road, if somebody has damaged the road, so we can respond. So the website is being developed by the Jamaica Information Service and the National Spatial Data Management Branch, and will be launched soon, and will give persons the power to be more influential in the management of their roads. Madam Speaker, for the fiscal year, the works portfolio policies are aligned to the government's policy agenda. Our efforts during the coming year will continue to be guided by our strategic priorities of rehabilitation, reconstruction, capital projects, and bridge safety while building resilience. Road network rehabilitation will continue through SPARK, maintenance through the GO program, and several other projects such as the CAPEX program, the South Coast Highway Improvement Project, and the Perimeter Road Project. Madam Speaker, on the capital side, we have spent so far approximately 22% of our capital budget, with allocations to Spark, SHIP, the bridge, the Troy Bridge, and the dualization of the Brayton and Helsha Main Road. Total capital expenditure across these highlighted projects stood at approximately $1.4 billion of a total of $6 billion. These investments reflect government's continued commitment to modernizing Jamaica's road infrastructure. While, Madam Speaker, we would love to repair all roads, we still have to balance our fiscal ability with the desires of the society. Jamaica's infrastructure has several challenges, but this government is working very hard to mitigate them. One of the areas, Madam Speaker, that we're trying to use to boost efficiency is by enforcing more accountability within the road management system. I recently, as a policy directive, issued a memorandum to the National Works Agency to ensure that we govern the quality of asphalt, the way contractors are patching the road, the supervision that is being done in the road maintenance programs to ensure that the public gets value for money in the road maintenance programs.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, rules are coming to deal with overloaded trucks who are destroying our infrastructure, and also persons who continue to emanate destructive substances on our roads. 4 minutes. Madam Speaker, no minister with responsibility for works can travel Jamaica and be indifferent to the condition of our roads.
That's true.
But impatience must be matched by disciplined execution, not careless shortcuts. The country does not benefit from roads that are rushed, poorly drained, inadequately supervised, which quickly fail. The country benefits when roads are properly scoped, properly designed, properly built, and properly maintained.
That's right.
I raise these challenges not as excuses, Madam Speaker, but as realities that must be confronted and managed. The responsibility of government is not to pretend the road problem is simple. It is to organize resources, institutions, standards, contractors, data, and execution systems required to solve the problems over time.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, that's why the portfolio is pursuing major programs such as SPARK, strategic investments like SHIP, the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, bridge resilience through the Accelerated Bridge Program, emergency interventions through GO, post-hurricane works, and institutional reform through One Road Authority. Together, these efforts reflect serious national response to a serious national challenge. We're not managing decline, Madam Speaker. We are rebuilding capacity.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, we are strengthening systems, we are confronting long-standing deficits, and we are investing in infrastructure that supports national growth, public safety, resilience, and opportunity. Madam Speaker, to conclude, taken together, these projects, investments, priorities, reforms, challenges, and preparations I have outlined today tell one clear story. A government that is building under pressure, but delivering with consistency. The task before us is not small, Madam Speaker, and the demands are real. The network is extensive, the expectations are high, the climate is changing and the costs are rising, but the responsibility of government is not to retreat from difficulty. It is to confront with clarity, strategy, and action. At its heart, this work has never been only about asphalt, concrete, steel, and machinery. It is about people. Madam Speaker, it is about the farmer getting produce to the market, the student getting to school safely, the worker getting home to a family, the entrepreneur accessing new opportunity. We do not pretend that every road can be fixed at once. We do not pretend that every challenge has already been solved. But we can say with confidence that with the direction we have, the investments, the reforms, that we will continue to build deliberately and sustainably. We'll continue to maintain consistently and responsibly. We'll continue to prepare with vigilance and resolve. And we'll continue to invest in infrastructure that does more than serve the present, but strengthens the future. Madam Speaker, good works, stronger by design, is not simply the theme of this presentation. It is the standards we must now hold ourselves to. Better roads, stronger bridges, smarter drainage, modern systems, clear accountability. Jamaica better connected to itself and better prepared for the future. This is the commitment of this government. That is the mission of this portfolio. And with discipline, partnership, good leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, this is the Jamaica that we are building. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
I apologize, Madam Speaker. I want to advise colleagues that based on the requests and the current season, that the Prime Minister has approved an additional amount of $1 million to each Member of Parliament, which is also in aid of our independence celebration. So you will be notified when that letter will be delivered to you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we thank the Minister of Works for his continued good works that will be shown right across the length and breadth of Jamaica. And we now turn over to Dr. Kenneth Russell, the member from St. Anne South East, for his maiden sectorial presentation.
Madam Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted.
I rise, Madam Speaker, for my first contribution to a sectoral debate. I'm deeply conscious that no one arrives at this moment by himself. So I want to thank everyone, but especially the Almighty God above for his boundless blessings. The people of Southeast St. Anne who have given me the privilege of serving as their Member of Parliament. To my team in the constituency, the staff and the volunteers who make this possible, especially my councillors, two of whom are here, Councillor Gohagan, Councillor Garrick, and Councillor Harty and Bell. I want to thank the party leader for your trust and your support, Mr. Golding. Now, if you know me, you know that family means everything. So I want to big up my family because they have been there throughout. But Madam Speaker, every day I feel I have won 100 billion because I got me a good woman. 21 years of marriage. Now, 40 years ago, the government said I failed the common entrance exam. But there was a teacher who believed otherwise. She saw a possibility. She knew that it was a system constraining and limiting a boy's potential. She took action, and she got me into Ferncourt High School. Today, I want to acknowledge my grade 6 teacher from Benton All-Age School, who is sitting here with us, Miss Janet Hay. But in many ways, Madam Speaker, this entire presentation is about that principle, the transformative belief, the transformative power of belief. Belief in people, belief in communities, belief in possibilities. So I speak today on rural development, which addresses the location and conditions in which people live. And I also speak on community development, which strengthens the capacity of people to shape the conditions under which they live. The future of Jamaica demands and depends on our ability to advance both of these agendas simultaneously. So, Madam Speaker, today I will prosecute one simple charge. My charge is not that the government has done nothing. It might be only 2%, but they've done something. Some roads have been rehabilitated, water projects undertaken, and some programs, even in 9 Mile, implemented. But my charge, Madam Speaker, is much more serious. My charge is that rural and community development have been abandoned as a priority by this government. The evidence begins with the responsible minister's presentation. 23 pages, 1 hour. You want to tell me how many times the minister said rural? I was expecting 10. I was expecting 5. I was expecting 4. I was expecting 3. I was expecting 2. And then I said I would settle for 1. I couldn't find it. 0. The responsible minister said it 0 times. But the larger issue is whether rural development exists as a philosophy of the government and whether it is part of the vision for national development. Madam Speaker, rural and urban people live in different Jamaicas. For too many Jamaicans, where they live shapes access, opportunity, and outcomes. That reality is not accidental. It is not inevitable. And for us on this side, Prime Minister, it is not acceptable. Let's look at the numbers. We know that just about 1 of every 2 Jamaicans live in rural areas. But with the decline in poverty, you would expect to see a similar change among rural areas. But 11.5% of rural Jamaicans live in poverty, compared to 3% in the Kingston metropolitan area. So if you live in a rural area, you're 4 times more likely to be poor. That's a different Jamaica from the Kingston Jamaica. Not only is it higher than urban and the national average, the decline of poverty in rural Jamaica has been much, much slower. But let's think about the most vulnerable, our children and adolescents. Among adolescents, the poverty rate is 24% in rural Jamaica. Among children, 22%. So 1 of every 4 children you meet in a rural area lives in poverty. This, in 2026, is unacceptable to me and unacceptable to those of us on this side. But what else is unacceptable is the fact that when we talk about safely managed drinking water, that means the water is available to you on the premises where you live, not improved water services where you have to travel 20 minutes to get the water. When you think about safely managed drinking water, only about half, 54.7% of rural Jamaica has that access in their households, compared to almost 80% in urban areas. And when you think of internet access at home, 59% in rural areas, but 71% in urban communities. The pattern is unmistakable. Things are worse off for you if you live in rural Jamaica. This is a shame and is unacceptable. But it's critical that we think not only of these as numbers. We know, for example, that a child who grows up in poverty child poverty is a predictor of future educational outcomes, future health outcomes, future earnings, and future contribution to national productivity. So, Madam Speaker, one of the greatest weaknesses in our approach to development is that we think about the problems individually. We separate them and we deal with them one at a time. But people don't live one issue at a time. They experience them all together. So take a young lady living in Long Look in Clarendon. She earns the minimum wage. She has a child with a disability. The child becomes ill. She wants to know whether the clinic is open. She wants to call ahead to check. But the signal is poor. The internet access is not available. So she waits. The child's condition worsens. So she spends the last penny that she has to get to the clinic. The roads, like most rural roads, are terrible. So the fare is much higher. The journey has shaken her and taken the last energy that she has. She shows up at the clinic is closed. The doctor is not there. This nightmare is not related to one disadvantage. What she faced was what we call multiple overlapping disadvantages. Madam Speaker, this government used to boast that it doesn't have any new taxes. But I tell you, my rural people pay them taxes multiple times over. They pay a distance tax. They pay a poor roads tax. They pay no water tax. They pay a weak connectivity tax, limited transportation tax, and delayed access to services tax. We put that together, that creates what we call a quality of life tax. A debt paid in opportunities deferred, treatment delayed, earnings lost, and human potential diminished. A people constrained in this way, Madam Speaker, cannot truly optimize their potential. So, Madam Speaker, the challenges continue to multiply in rural areas simply because there is no comprehensive plan for the development of rural Jamaica. There are many agencies doing many things. Rather, rural water, rural electrification. Yet they do not really work together. There is no framework for them to work together. A rural development plan would help to align investment. It would help to decide, would help us decide infrastructure and land use. But you know what's most shocking, Madam Speaker? The last time we did an assignment of areas of the country by urban and rural was in the National Physical Development Plan of 1978. 1978. That plan was from 1978 to 1998. 28 years later, it has not been revised. An effective plan would also help us to strike the balance so that investment is not concentrated in any one place, like along the coastline. Case in point, Madam Speaker, along the north coast from Port Maria, and you continue all the way down to Rio Bueno, a concentration of investment. That is a reflection of the failure to plan and the failure to ensure that our people access the resources in an equitable way. As a first step in correcting this problem, Madam Speaker, the government should ensure that all parishes complete their parish development orders. And this should be done within the shortest possible time. But I want to give a little credit because there is no comprehensive plan. But I had an experience with a member of this House, the minister responsible for water and climate change. He called me and my team. We sat down for hours. We reviewed my constituency from community to community, and we spoke about the possibilities for providing water. He never give me what I want, but at least we have a plan. At least I know what's not going to happen. At least we know the possibilities. So this, however, is the exception, but it should not be. It should be the norm. We should expect it of ministers because in the absence of a comprehensive plan, it's the next best thing. So, Madam Speaker, rural development creates opportunity, while community development empowers people to turn opportunities into progress for themselves and their communities. At the center of that effort stands one of Jamaica's most important institutions, the community center. When the minister spoke, he didn't give us much of a vision as to where we're going with community centers. So let me offer some ideas. We must reimagine these spaces. We must see them as multi-purpose and self-sustaining entities. Imagine your community center maintaining a schedule of events for which you can sign up to participate or to support. It runs a program of activities that generate revenues and keep and maintain the center. It's a place where skills are taught, where youth innovate and explore, internet access for education and entrepreneurs, where dances and debates and sports and games are held. Simply put, it's the place to be. But too many community centers sit underutilized, and many cannot be used. Many damaged by the hurricane remain untouched. 8 months later, the minister says he's awaiting the report from the assessment. 8 months and a new hurricane season later. No time frame, no plan. No time frame, no plan. The community center must once again become the heart of the community. It needs a vision, it needs a plan, and the government needs to put money to invest to make them better. Madam Speaker, community development requires belief in people. Nobody exemplifies that more than the Right Excellent Norman Washington Manley when he created Jamaica Welfare in 1937. That belief drove him to persuade a reluctant banana company to support an annual allocation of about £80,000 to fund Jamaica Welfare. Today, that funding is equivalent to approximately 1.5 billion Jamaican dollars. Do you know what the budget for the SDC is? $1.9 billion. 1.9, but we have more communities and almost more than twice the population of that time. So nearly 90 years have passed, and so we must ask ourselves some difficult questions. Have we kept pace with the ambition of that original vision? No. Have we modernized our approach to community development? No. But we know that for it to work, communities must trust the institutions that serve them. Trust is the most valuable currency of community development. So in this regard, the SDC occupies a unique space in Jamaican public life. It enters communities not as a regulator or enforcer, but as a facilitator of action. That role depends on trust. The principle must be protected. So, Madam Speaker, when the lines between community development and partisan politics becomes blurred, the institution's credibility suffers. Trust dies. So we are very concerned about a very disconcerting pattern emerging at the SDC. We see a number of former JLP candidates who lost in the elections appointed to senior roles in the SDC. What do I mean? The chairman is a losing JLP candidate. The executive director is a losing JLP candidate. The parish manager of the KSA is a losing JLP candidate. These are not undercover activists. All contested and lost elections. All we know in terms of qualifications is that they lost an election. So the question is this their reward? Madam Speaker, the minister must also update us on what is happening with the governance of the SDC. What is the status of the board? Is there a fully constituted board in place? If he can answer those questions honestly, it will tell us what is happening in that entity. But the SDC also has some issues with staffing. Many constituencies across this country do not know who their community development officer is because they don't have one. In my constituency, there are supposed to be 3. But for the last 3 or 4 years, we've only had 1. And I know it's not unique. I understand recruitment is now taking place. But why does it take 2, 3 years to replace these? It should not take an election to replace these persons. Madam Speaker, we ask a lot of the SDC. We're asking a transformative institution to operate with tools that belong to a bygone era. I believe the time has come for a comprehensive review and modernization of the legislative framework governing community development. This should start with the 1958 Act. Because, Madam Speaker, the world is changing fast. The aspirations of our people are changing even faster. The opportunities, technologies, and expectations of today are not the same as those of 68 years ago when the legislation was passed. So, you know, it has me thinking, Madam Speaker, that while the government is playing tic-tac-toe, the rest of the society has moved on to fee, fi, fo. Madam Speaker, I know what community development can achieve. I'm from the hills of St. Anne, Pedro River. We had a spring up in the mountains where we would catch water. For years, generations would go with their buckets and their bottles. And then the revolution, a community organization, a proposal, work with the SDC, and now that community has a community water system that supplies the entire community at a flat rate. They don't know what water lockout is like. The power of the people. But a similar story exists in Hampstead, Central St. Mary. Different parish, different community, but same experience. They developed and managed a community water system that serves the needs of the community. The lesson from Pedro River and Hampstead is not really so much about the water. The lesson is about what becomes possible when communities are organized, supported, and trusted. But you know, across rural Jamaica, our communities remain resilient. The people have not given up on themselves. They continue to organize, to volunteer, to worship, and support one another. What is disappearing are the institutions that give communities their voice, their identity. The post office, the post offices, the postal agencies, leaking, falling apart, but an appeal to Kingston, no reprieve comes. The libraries that are slowly disappearing, the markets like Claremont's, destroyed and still awaiting repairs. The Citizens Association struggling to remain active. As each of these institutions weaken, Mr. Speaker, the community's social fabric grows a little thinner. This is not simply a story of deteriorating buildings. It's a story of weakening community structures, the very institutions and practices that create belonging, that make people feel as if they belong somewhere. But this did not happen in isolation. It is part of a much larger story about how development has unfolded in Jamaica and whose interests it has served. To understand why so many rural communities struggle today, we must therefore move beyond the symptoms and examine the roots of the problem. Many of the inequalities we see today are not accidents. They are inheritances. Colonial Jamaica was not designed to maximize the well-being of these communities. It was designed to maximize extraction, not for balanced development. As a result, there are communities across Jamaica that have spent generations watching development happen elsewhere.
Almost every on the government side gone out
opportunities
and then do this every day. I tell us, man.
Too many rural communities,
the Labour right MP
Mr.
them.
Speaker,
They want somebody to sit in my road and
of
mash them up.
Growing the global economy while struggling to secure the basic infrastructure that.
You know what will happen to the Labour right MP them? You see, next time election come up, the people enough to wild them. And when they come in their community, somebody just walk up on them and ram them with some of them short ribs. Just ram them with some of them blood clot short ribs. The Labour right MP if you come out of Jamaica and go suck out them mama. One time the opposition member them attack, Juliet Holness, the whoring bumbuckler, market all that girl, and then thiefing man, and the whole of them come out of Parliament gone. And you know see, hey, Jamaica, if we just get mad and go beat up them bumbuckler. I say, I don't even know, man. So, to me feel sometime, I see them, I joke them with some of them blood clot short ribs. Just walk up some of them and just ram them with blood clot sitting. And so they make me feel like, when I see them and hurt blood clot them. You see how when the Edmund Bartlett come out and say, them all use parity and build up tourist destination and flight green and come out and talk something different. I hurt him when people hurt him blood clot. If you come out and tell lie. I damage him when somebody damage him bumbo clot. If you come out and tell them, my brother, hey, the Labour at MP, them want somebody damage them blood clot. Just see them and just see them when they now look, just screech upon them and just ram them with sitting on them bumbo clot. Hey.
Jamaican people for just get out and go take out Andrew when they sort of
Mr. Man, that them for doing now. They don't for Jamaican people. Hey, the PNP them for just get serious and go haul out Andrew with blood clot parliament. And they think you know heart attack and kick him in the mouth. I dare say, we just get serious and anything a blood clot, anything. But Andrew, if by force him have to come out, I'm have to jump through the blood clot window. And broke your hand and broke your foot. Yo, if we get mad and just come mash up them a bumbo clot Labour right MP. Just see them anywhere we see them, we just mash them up. And when them feel say peace and safety, we just mash up them blood clot. The Labour right MP them a work for we hurt them pussy hole. Them a work for we hurt blood clot them. At that them I just desperate reach now. Labour at MP, them a operate for we damage them bumbo clot. Here.
They need to survive. Right. This must end. We must shun the idea that in this day and age, an entire community can be relocated to facilitate mining. We must shun the idea that
when the opposition member them attack, the government member them come out of the parliament, like I said before. Me say, they want somebody to hurt them blood
or
clot.
compensate
Just see them
when
and
they
mash them up.
We must shun the idea that rural communities host huge businesses that serve an exclusive clientele,
if I did a man
but
at the
do not address
revolution.
the needs
I
of
would
the
just
local
see them and just
communities.
mash up
And
them
we
blood
must shun
clot.
the idea
Drop all a
that
stone in their
communities
head.
only provide
Just see them and drop all a big
the
stone in
labor,
them blood clot head.
the
Them
day
a Labour
labor
MP want
required,
get this.
but cannot
You
be
see
the
them a road and
partners
just
in the
mash them up.
development of their
You
community.
see them all come and just throw them some stone in the road and block them people and take them out and mash up them
Mr.
bumbo
Speaker,
clot.
inequality created intentionally cannot be corrected by accident. It requires deliberate action. So let me quote the right excellent Marcus, a saint and man, on this. He said, chance has never satisfied the hopes of a suffering people. Action, self-reliance, vision of self and the future have been the only means by which the oppressed have seen and realized the light of their own freedom. Daddy Marcus. That is why today I want to introduce a new term, reparatory development. This is the conscious decision to organize development in a way that repairs
Juliet
inherited
Owens gone out of parliament, Andrew gone out of parliament, Montague gone out of parliament. All of them get up and gone out of parliament one time when the opposition leader member make him presentation. He first presentation. How can I disrespect them now?
Of the
They
past.
say,
It recognizes that Jamaica
all of
must
them,
continue.
because them a thief. They want somebody hurt them blood clot. You don't know? Me say, they want somebody buck them somehow and just joke them with some of them blood clot short ribs. Yeah, man. Me say they want somebody see them and just jam them with some of them blood clot. Yeah, blind them. Just ram sitting at them bumbo clot here and blind them. Labour at MP, they want somebody hurt them bumbo clot to come out of the parliament. Alright, that we feel pray. When we see them, we mash them up. Labour at MP. We say, anyway, we see them, we mash them up, mash up them blood clot. Anyway at all we see them, then forget mash up.
To pursue reparations for the historical injustices of slavery and colonialism. Yes. And this government, Mr. Speaker, must summon the moral fortitude to show leadership at the global discussions on reparations. Our history demands that our government speak and act boldly on this issue.
Can I believe 10,000 non-Jamaican citizens, the government signed one deal with Trump to give them house and land. 10,000. Meanwhile, them a tell Jamaican people say if you come off a government land, crown land. And Jamaica not light a fire yet. Eh? And Jamaica not light a fire yet. When the government a make preparation for 10,000 non-Jamaican, 10,000 somebody who is not Jamaican, no have no connection to Jamaican. See? The government sign a deal with Trump to give them a house and provide them with job. And Jamaican can't get job. Jamaican people can't get house. See, Andrew got burn and lodge. Lit down the people them house, the government and sell them land. A 60-year family, Andrew will also move off a land. Melissa come and gone, soon 8 months, and even one house, Andrew wants to give back one Jamaican, but him sign deal with Trump for taking 10,000 non-Jamaican, provide them with a house and job, and give them the best treatment. The Labour at MP, them want somebody sit on my road and mash up them blood clot. You know? Just buck them, just see anyone to see them, just mash up them, make them have to walk with the eye back of them, make them have to put in with the eye, rather than head back. Make them have to walk in with 2 sets of eye. The Labour MP, them are some pussy hole they need to come out of the parliament. Any means necessary, them a batty boy have to come out of the parliament. Them a pussy hole junker, I forget this. When you see them in the street, they forget this. They all down one place, stand up, and somebody just go one next place and just fling one stone, bust up their head and they don't know who do it. Bust up them blood clotted with stone. You know, say them a go one place, you just position the place on one spot. And just fling one stone at the blood clot crowd and bust up their head. Them Labour right MP if you walk around with helmet. Labour right MP if you walk around, them forget mash up. Suck out them and come out of the parliament. All of them. Jamaican if you just go in a some group. And one group of people just take one. One group of people just take one and we just mash up them blood clot.
But at home, reparatory development calls on the government to proactively dismantle inherited inequalities and commit to creating conditions for greater equity, opportunity, and justice for our people. It cannot be 2%. It must be timely.
Even the stinking dirty media house them in Jamaica. Them children are going on the street and I ask the people them on the street what is them views and the government for taking 10,000 non-Jamaican in the country and give them house and land. When Jamaican were born and grew up on the style, can't get piece of land from the blood clot government. Them a call them squatters. Me said Andrew when want somebody time pan rope and time pan one truck and pull out him blood clot out of the parliament. Andrew Holness want somebody throw a cast him like a cow and time pan one truck and pull out him blood clot out of parliament. Or tie 2 pieces of rope on him and tie pan 2 truck and just pull him, make him bust like a balloon. Just tie one round him foot and tie one round him head and tie pan 2 truck and make it 2 truck drive it opposite direction and stretch him blood clot till him pop.
It must be radical. It must serve the people. And so that is why every Jamaican who is waiting for a title for the land they occupy says no minister, no prime minister, no Mr. Speaker. We will not wait 20 years to get a title. Reparatory development calls on us to act now and to act with urgency. So, for too long, the discussions have focused almost entirely on what rural Jamaica lacks. Today, I ask a different question. What could rural Jamaica become? The future, come with me to the future. Come with me to the rural renaissance. A rural Jamaica that remains rooted in agriculture, but more productive, more profitable, and more technologically advanced. A rural Jamaica where tourism is grounded in and benefits the local community. Where culture thrives and becomes enterprise. Our medicinal herbs, cannabis, and others are dispensed around the world, where young people are supported to explore ideas, grow their talents, and build businesses. And the people are able to innovate, explore, and live full lives. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. Here are 5 interlinked and integrated pillars which, implemented, will...
I say, the Labour at MP them take a oath on the Bible to do right by the Jamaican people. And instead of the pussy will drunk them are the right by the Jamaican people, Andrew are the right by Trump. Are the right by Trump. Can you believe the government decide to take in 10,000 people in Jamaican to provide them with free land where our ancestors them dead for? And the government have bar with and get land. But Donald Trump can call Andrew and say, give 10,000 non-Jamaican piece of land and house and make sure so them good. It's me I go expose the corruption right in. Hey, me say, the way I feel, you see, wouldn't mind Jamaican people them feel so. And as Parliament done, we just go pick one Labour right one and one beat. And just don't just pick which one of the Labour right and decide to beat. The MP them na Labour right to get beaten. I mean not stop so. I mean not stop so till Labour right MP start get beaten. I mean not stop so until one brave Jamaican put on the first lick pan one. Labour right MP, them take a oath on the Bible and say them are going to right by the people them, and from the day them take the oath, them are do everything in them power to harm the people them. So for that reason, them forfeit the contract with them sign for the right by the Jamaican people. So them forget discipline, them forget disrespect. You see all the local government election are come, and when they come in the community, you know, mash up them blood clot. Make sure you block the road so them vehicle can drive out. And you just gang them and name them like a piranha fish. You know, it is like how the mayor over sentence did head did bust up when boyfriend tap him in the head or him boyfriend bust up in the head. I saw the Labour MP them for walk around the next morning with their head bandaged. Some of them I want straw to tape up at their mouth. Then can't do no eating, then are no teeth in their mouth. Labour MP want them teeth and lick out of their head. If it violate the oath with them take when them are swearing, say them are going to right by the Jamaican people and do everything in them power. To do everything for the Jamaican people and uphold the constitution. And Andrew Willis decide off our own for taking 10,000 criminals, give them house and land, and NHT contributor can't get one blood clot house. The NHT contributor can't get one house. The people that need the house the most, like the hotel worker and these type of people, they can't get one house. When the NHT house, I give you a teacher and doctor get you and police.
You know, see, even the teacher them need help. And I see
Same.
the JTM and if you help them now.
And Jamaican people sit down. A politicize. Andrew Wallace are carrying 10,000 people for come take where we land. Them the people are going to have more right than the normal Jamaican who born on the island because they have a land, they have a house, they have more talk. Them are somebody in society. These people just, might be some of them in our country, but can I believe these people are come and just make one big jump past Jamaican people in a house? Me have the video when Harris Strang say the government have put them in a proper housing. Harris Strang said the government and Zara Byrne asked them, what is the deal? What the Jamaican government are going to benefit from this thing? Harris Strang said Jamaica government not benefit nothing. They might do it for free. So 10,000 non-Jamaican are coming in, come benefit for a taxpayer dollar. And Jamaica no light a fire.
And when Lambert Brown proposed the amendment bill for help the people them in Western Jamaica, they vote against it.
Then vote against 70,000 Jamaican to get house out of Melissa relief funds. And you have Labour, me say, you see Labour right there, me tell you from last night, you know, and I tell you now again. If me did live at Jamaica hungry, labor right on a pussy bun no. Whether on the pan social media making trouble yes or no, if I start hungry, I won't me take out it pan. So if I can't take the pressure off, I go left out of the community. And that's just how I feel. On a wicked. And even now, when still a support Andrew Jones to get 10,000 illegal serial killer. Land and house. Eh? Can I believe it? 10,000 house. The government a get 10,000 non-Jamaican one time. And 10,000 Jamaican in a Jamaica need a house there. I need how much more? I need how much more? 10,000. Do the maths. Multiply by how much? We have multiply by 20. 20 times 10,000. And we still want more people, still want a house. And Jamaica are going to sit down, make Andrew Jones are going to use tax money. Create these houses for we land. Well, our ancestors them dead.
You know, see, Jamaican people don't care about their neighbor anymore. They
And
don't care.
that is why when time election running out, I say Jamaican people them vote against Mark Golden housing policy. The manifesto. Saying?
Yes.
And with Andrew Jones coming in now with this a bombshell. 10,000 non-Jamaican will get 10,000 house with 10,000 different plot of land. Saying?
A friend of mine get house there, have to get hill.
10,000 different plot of land with 10,000 different serial killer. Saying? Mark Golden say, have the biggest transfer of, that means, you know, the government, you know, say Andrew Jones can go in the land and house. If Donald Trump can call him and not give them nothing at all, and he can decide to give 10,000 criminal, 10,000 house, and 10,000 different plot of land, and if we give the Jamaican people plot of land, they call Jamaican people squatters, and you have labor right there on social media, a different Andrew Jones now,
Yes, I saw I kick them.
on one dead out of the blood clot island. That me I tell you now. Oh, no forget poison out of the blood clot island. You know, and even bury upon the island, throw in a river, make crocodile name on a blood clot. And it was a disgrace. Because of politics. The Jamaica Labour Party decide 10,000 people can come in and get 10,000 different plot of land with 10,000 houses and them not live Norway. Them a hide from a landlord. Them up there, them the MP office. I bet them 2 shit as it because their house a leak. You look at one room and then look at play room and then live in. Then can use for now till the morning with 25 chicken and one Charge+Paliment. And 10,000 criminal. I get 10,000 different plot of land. 10,000 house with NHT contributor bill. And Jamaican people. The media in Jamaica is a disgrace. These media houses in Jamaica need to lock up. I pray to God when the revolution start. Then destroy all of these media. Do a clean sweep in the island. Can you believe, say, the government, the Harris Chan claim, say, they have talks in a parliament. Mark Golden hear about this on social media. Harris Chan about say them have talk in a parliament. Then as Scott Mattis said them to come clean to the Jamaican people because this is a dopey story. First news them are here on social media. Them hear true too. And Harris Chan about say them discuss in a parliament. See? So, on direct member, you know.
I lie Horace Chang I tell.
The secrecy behind this thing. He even raised the Jamaican people them eyebrow. If he say if I did legitimate thing, man, the government will not hide this. The opposition don't know about it and two of them agree upon it. For the Jamaican people them so blood clot full. They didn't even question say they know this is not to hide for the opposition.
Exactly.
If I don't know bandolo business and this is not to hide for the press. And how the people them full in a chat. Hey, that is why I tell you, say, man. The Jamaican people, when you start hungry, you just look for your labor right and mash up them blood clot. Because them are no problem.
Them are the problem.
The labor right them are a problem. So when you start hungry, when you go to supermarket and you can't fool you Charlie, when weekend come, and you can't go to supermarket go buy nothing, you have to go buy 1 pound of flour shop and half stick of butter. When you see a labor right, just mash up in blood clot because him make you can't am good again. Labor right cause the problem in our country. So when time the problem start and the sufferation start and you can't manage it, just look for your labor right and take out on the frustration upon them. Just find a labor right and take out on a frustration upon them. And they say reach. And them are the problem. And labor right are the reason why 10,000 non-Jamaican are coming and get land free. Where our ancestors them fight and blood clot dead for.
You know, your Horace Chang come out and say a lie and non-national. He say a lie, nothing go so.
Horace Chang can't say one say no, because Horace Chang, you want piece of steel lick out your teeth them out of your mouth. You can't talk when you want to talk here. Horace Chang, you want somebody to see you and use piece of 4-inch steel and lick out your teeth them out of your head. So you can't chat when you want to chat. You're pussy hole. You think you got 10,000 non-Jamaican. I'll come in and get 10,000 different plot of land. Rape and blood clot Manticue. I talk about people with the pan crown and I forgot come off. Rape Manticue. Well, 13 years old say Manticue, fuck off them. Manticue come out and talk about a blackmail. I can't talk about native Jamaican to come off a crown land. When they said land, when I talk about crown land, Andrew no ask no question, Andrew no consult with nobody. But 10,000 non-Jamaican can get 10,000 different plot of land with 10,000 house. Get work and get good treatment. Remember, Horace Chang say America now give Jamaican government nothing for this type of deal.
So if Horace Chang
Saying,
these things, that means that Horace
and the
Chang
labor right them in support with labor right them in support of this.
Yeah.
The labor right them for walking in Jamaica in a fear. Labor right, fear call labor right and say, it look like me can't come out here now. Labor right for live in Jamaica in a blood clot fear. Every labor right for in a fear. For allow 10,000 non-Jamaican to go and get 10,000 different plot of land because Donald Trump say, who the fuck is Donald Trump? Donald Trump have no ancestors fight no back in Jamaica. Who the blood clot is Donald Trump? If you can dictate about 10,000 criminal, if you can get house and land in our country. Who the fuck Donald Trump think him be? Tell blood clot Donald Trump to go release the Epstein file and move him pussy hole and go away. Because nobody in Jamaica can vote for him. If the visa thing matter, tell him to move him. Blood clot with him visa. Look a bit far now, everybody who have visa in their country. They are going to run out you. Out of their country. When they run out of their country, and Andrew let's give these people citizenship, which land you now get?
A different place.
Zara Byrne asked Horace Chang, when this thing I got top, Horace Chang saying I have no ending.
What? So how am I talking 10,000 people?
Horace Chang saying I have no ending. So then now go stop and stop till every single plot of land in Jamaica owned by foreigner. That is why Andrew that telling us you don't have to be a Jamaican you don't have to born a Jamaican to be a Jamaican.
Makes sense.
So for a long time Andrew in this talk. So when Andrew talk, a parliament talk, you know. And we are going to sit back, allow the government to call we the native squatters from our land, our grandparents fight and dead for make 10,000 blood clot criminal get it and parliament no light a fire yet.
Then if you get up and do in Nepal though.
Unleash the potential of rural Jamaica. The first one is purposeful planning. From projects to purpose. Too much of what passes for rural development is ad hoc and haphazard. We need a national rural development framework, a modernized parish development order, a rural development coordination council.
Say, Horace Chang, if me ever buck up one place, pussy hole. If me and you ever buck up one place, you don't have no bodyguard and me buck up one place, dog, never suffer in a papa. Horace Chang, me can promise you this blood clot. If me and you ever buck up one place, one time, just me alone, Horace Chang, you have to sing a Sankey. You have to blood clot sing a Sankey. You don't believe? You might feel like a Horace Chang. You forget licking at your face. You make the police them kill out Jamaican youth and sign agreement with Donald Trump because remember them put out to say Horace Chang a criminal, you know.
Yeah. That's why you can't travel, because you can't go down at them.
They say Horace Chang a criminal now. Illicit enrichment and organized crime, you know. Harry Strong, you forget kicking in your mouth in a pussy. I'm serious in a batty boy. Harry Strong, you want somebody give you a 4-inch piece of steel in your mouth.
Jamaican people.
You say I got talk about. It's when you open your mouth and say there's no end to it, there's no end to it. All your gum then flick out of your mouth. Not only your teeth, you know, your gum to flick out like teeth out of your mouth. Fuck no, no. I'm ready to lock down the blood clot country. That me I tell you, we're ready for lock down the country. Me say we're ready right now for lock down the country, pussy. Right, blood clot now. We're ready for lock down the country. No 10,000, none American, no, and none Jamaican. You get no house or land in the country. Every road for lock down. Everything, everywhere for them on fire. Jamaica for you burn. For them come out publicly come tell Donald Trump say not gonna work. The citizens them not work with this a blood clot. You mad? 10,000 different somebody will get land. And people them with dead feet. For them grandpitney and great grandpitney can't get when I call them squatters. We don't forget this. Harry Strong, you and all around the world, we don't forget this. People see on our road and mashing up. We say we're ready for lockdown Jamaica now, batty boy. Me say we're ready for lockdown Jamaica. I don't feel like a joke. I don't even know.
And an annual rural development report to be tabled in this parliament. The second relates to rebuilding the foundations of community life.
Andrew come talk about birth certificate don't make you a Jamaican. Andrew go suck out your mama. Go dive in your mama batty boy. You mean about birth certificate? Who the fuck you do? You can dictate and tell who a Jamaican from one a Jamaican pussy. Go nyam out your mama batty boy. When I drink your rubber contract be a fuckery about your birth certificate to make you a Jamaican. Come on here too. You want a kick in your mouth for that. You want somebody kick in your blood clot mouth for that. If you even utter something like that out of your mouth. You can talk and feel like you nobody boy a pussy. We say we're ready for lock in the country batty boy.
Wheatley applying for contest online then if you come up.
You see I went on this report table in our parliament today. You see anybody find himself on the wrong side? If you resign, and if you not resign, if you get this when people see my road, then if you diss him, people if you threaten him, make him can't my hand in a blood clot resignation letter. That's how we deal with you know. We torment to not tell him not even supermarket to no one go. We torment not even no wife and picking no one left out on the premises. And we serious pussy we want to lock down the country and get rid of Jamaica Labour Party out of the country. Donald Trump go nyam out him mama. We not taking no 10,000 criminal now we country and get no free land and house. Who the fuck is Donald Trump? Tell Donald Trump say talk him on TV say if you go release the Epstein file because he name a call up on that blood clot. Tell Gigolo Donald Trump if you go release the Epstein file. He might come dictate or come park up blood clot ship in a man water. Tell him to go release a blood clot Epstein file.
Effective rural development is sustained by institutions that organize people, build leadership, and strengthen communities. To achieve that, we need to modernize community development legislation, transform our community centers into development hubs, and strengthen the community development and parish development committees to deepen citizen participation in decision making. The third, Mr. Speaker, is infrastructure. No Jamaican should pay a penalty because of where they live. It is not too much to ask for universal access to safely managed water. It is not too much to ask that the rehabilitation of rural roads and farm-to-market corridors so we can take our goods without hindrance. It's not too much to ask for the expansion of broadband and telecommunication infrastructures to connect Jamaicans to the modern economy. The fourth one is to unleash the human potential, because that's where the real power rests, our people. consider a rural achievement initiative for youth, community skills and innovation hubs, expanded support for child development, educational achievement, and digital literacy. And the final one, Mr. Speaker, local wealth creation to build a new rural economy. The purpose of development is not merely to reduce hardship. It is to create a diverse economy that expands opportunities, builds community capacity, and enables people to prosper where they live. So, in this regard, we propose enterprise zones, value-added agriculture and agro-processing, local wealth creation partnerships, and a rural community development partnership fund that will support communities, community-led solutions, and local innovation. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, throughout this presentation, I have advanced a simple proposition. Rural and community development have been abandoned by the government. Yet, communities have not abandoned themselves. They continue to organize, they continue to volunteer, they continue to sacrifice and believe. As we move forward, I intend to engage colleagues on both sides of the House on two actions. The first is to establish a parliamentary rural development caucus dedicated to advancing rural development as a national mission and ensuring that rural voices remain part of the national conversation. And the second is to support a national pact for community empowerment, dedicated to strengthen community leadership, expanding citizen participation, and ensuring that no community is invisible and no citizen is voiceless. Mr. Speaker, I know it's difficult for the other side to get, but community development is ultimately about ensuring that every person has a voice, every community has agency, and every citizen has the opportunity to participate in shaping their future. Madam Speaker, 40 years ago, a teacher looked beyond a test score and saw possibility. She saw potential where the state saw limitation. And because she believed, I stand here before you. That is the mission which we should all dedicate ourselves to nurture the roots and unleash the people. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Brought back. Yeah. Thank you for bringing back the standard.
Yes, man. Yes, man.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
House leader.
Hey, Xavier.
Senton man. You see what a good Senton man do? Yes. That's a good Senton presentation.
Where is Nesta? Where Nesta? Nesta, let me know.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the member. Let me thank the member from St. Anne Southeastern for what was a good maiden presentation. And although he went too far with some of his designations,
My
the
viewers and
spirit of the
subscribers.
presentation.
You see, Andrew and his Warren wife come back. You see Warren Market girl come back in a parliament now. And then they always do this. Whenever the opposition leader attack, then go to the road. That is why I say, when time we see them on road, then forget big stone. Then forget so now look lick out them eye out of their head. As me say, Labour right MP for start get hurt in our country. And them I use the police to kill out the people them. And Labour right MP them, you know. I kill out the people them, you know. Think I police. And Labour right MP have the power can call police and send them to go kill who they want to kill. Labour right MP, some of them for start admitting a use you up a KPH. No for them Labour right MP, they forget damage. Make them have to go KPH go lie down. Pan cardboard, pan floor. Me say, if they then go on. Because them are something on Jones do. A revolution have to break out, you know. And me see couple Labour right MP and couple radio station and TV station personnel who me really want to mash up myself. For the fuckery then go on. My man Andrew Wallace say, you know, if you in a the know and stand in your yard and practice veranda politics and don't fight, you accomplice in the downfall of the country. So I'm telling you this, the fight that I do is not a normal fight. And as me I say, if we don't start mash up to these Labour at MP, when we see them at some place, we mash them up. When they do some football match at some place, we gang them and mash them up. If I stay far and fling stone bust up their head. Yeah man, I just say when we see them, we make them can't go nowhere in Jamaica in peace.
Found to be well-meaning, and I thank him for that. But more than that, I am most happy about his teaching.
Andrew,
and we welcome her and we thank her for her intervention. Madam Speaker, I now ask that we return to that we suspend the sectoral debates. We will continue our sectoral debates next week, Tuesday, at what time we will hear from the Minister of Tourism and other members. I'll indicate at the end. So we suspend the sectoral debates, and I ask that we recommit all the matters on the agenda.
And I take in all this information and I do not with it. Then go everywhere, go get all of this information. And I make no use of information neither. Can I believe the PNP supporters sit down and make them allow them to sit down if it happen? You think Labour supporters sit down and make this happen?
They wouldn't. They wouldn't. Them a blood clot.
The PNP supporters and Labour right supporters, they not talk the government.
Yeah.
Because we know say PNP and Labour right are two different things. But the supporters them are the same thing them make. The PNP supporters them worthless too. They don't have no sense. I'm operator the intellect. But then intellect like Labour right them a pussy will lead at them. Me say, no PNP supporters on the ground in Jamaica right now can say they have sense.
You know, I notice, and enough of them not gonna like it.
They not talk for like. A fax me
no, yes, but when me
not talk for like. Can I believe this?
When me I go mention Mark Golden I do him
Mark Golden do him for it, and him do him for doing it.
Yeah, him doing best, but PNP, them no.
The supporters
they not support Mark Golden. They have a good opposition leader, but they not give Mark Golden the support.
The PNP supporter them
if they continue like that, them are going to lose Mark Golden and them are going to blood clot so far.
The best thing they ever have for this long, you know. And them are skylight. The PNP supporters them are in Jamaica on a shit in a plate too. On a blood clot, worthless set of Jamaican too. On the Labour supporters them are the same thing. You don't go on people platform and talk like you don't have sense. You don't have shit in a blood clot plate. You can see Prime Minister coming with 10,000 criminals. And I tell them if you come off land and you sit down too. You know alright, you know blood clot waste of time to PNP supporter.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of announcements.
The PNP supporters them.
Those in favour?
Uno first got dead.
All the
Andrew turn
items
up the
from
pressure upon a
announcements,
pussy
those in
hole.
favour?
Uno no no problem with nothing, you know.
Those
You want Andrew
against,
turn
the
up the
ayes
pressure upon a
have it.
fuss.
Announcements?
Me don't know how they
You
not
want
do
Andrew turn up the pressure upon a fuss, make on a blood
Just
clot dead out
announcements,
first.
Lisa.
Because I sit down down there, we miss the nomination there, how much blood clot PNP
Announcements.
out in the
Those in
street.
favour?
Eh?
Those
Look
against,
how much
the ayes
PNP
have
out
it.
in the street when a
Clark?
nomination there. And one of them hide. One of them within
Laid
that.
on the table of the House are the
Andrew to
following.
kill out them blood clots and
The
run them off
minimum
my land
wage,
too.
industrial
And make them go live in a
security
road.
guards,
And then
amendment
they put
order
in one law say it's
2026,
illegal to
and
to
its
have none.
resolution,
You know,
and the
the
national minimum
the
wage.
homeless. And put up us law say illegal for the homeless. You know, blood clot, worthless people. And I hide those true a labor rights supporter. True a labor rights supporters alone I get cussed.
Amendment
The
order
PNP supporters them
2026
hide
and its
and go on like they
resolution under the
exempt.
Minimum
Them worse
Wage
than the labor rights
Act.
supporters them.
The Integrity
Labor rights
Commission's
supporters them are crook.
investigation report
Then
into
you so
concerns
being
that
called in squatters,
Dr.
then
Andrew
you used to
Wheatley,
go big
Member of
politician, then
Parliament,
dinner.
for
But
the
the
years
PNP supporters
2010
them
to
will claim to they're
2022
intelligent and them are
when
crook.
owns or acquired assets.
They
No,
not,
go on,
and
them
them,
them
they
no,
on every
go on.
platform and I
Made
get
false
educated and I
statements
get the
in a
knowledge.
statutory
Everything
declaration
that man I don't with
and
it.
failed
I'ma
to
tell you what
provide
me
You
like
can't
with
go
this.
walk
I'ma
my
tell you
chuckle down the road there, man.
by
You know
the
what me like
Director
with
of
the
You know,
people
so we have
Immigration
to
supporters?
suffer down there, man.
Contrary to
Then
law
see
and
people
its
are go, then
indicative
see
ruling.
people are put together
Reports
protest.
of the
And
they
them
will
need,
never go and
alright.
The
support.
House of
You need to see them have been
Never
on,
Marvin
they
go,
need
they
to be
not
on,
go.
they need to be on
Ministries,
platform amongst
departments,
themselves
agencies
and try to bring a local
during the
community
period
amongst themselves.
No,
And
no.
some local PNP group, different, some local PNP group to build up and talk about what them all do. The PNP supporters them and the liberal supporters them are the same thing. But the party is two different parties and the policy different. But they look at what these people them on the ground call themselves PNP and JLP. Them are the same dirty what you see there. Mark Golden.
Move them around.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal
Mark Golden do what
of
we do, you know.
Bisbot
No
from the
fight time,
Senate
I see them
petitions,
attack and I give them
papers,
hint.
reports from
Say a
committees,
time now for them touch the
notice of
street.
motions
And how them
given
full,
they're
full.
not
They
even
never pick it up.
One minute.
Me attack the PNP supporters now.
Me
Them
know,
must say they're
it's true.
intelligent, you know. Enough time I see the MP them upon different people platform. I give them hints, say a time for them go to the street and see the blood clot them in the here.
True.
One Marky G. Alright, I'm my MP. Blood and fire. Bumbo clot shit in a plate them. I get so much blood clot information and I do not know with it. Just I go burden on people platform. And I do not know with the blood clot information. I see Andrew Willis are moving 10,000 non-Jamaican. And all of them, all want to sit down. The PNP supporters, you should have make it be known. The news media should have found you already. And then you can have the discussion. Make them ask to know what you think about
The
this
question
move.
is that we
You see the PNP
recommit
supporters, them,
the
blood clot.
items on the
Is
agenda,
a disgrace to
beginning
Mark
from
Golden.
bills brought from the
You
Senate.
don't
Those
deserve
in
a bright
favour?
leader like Mark Golden.
Those against, the ayes have it.
The
Bills
PNP
brought from
supporters
the
don't
Senate.
deserve a bright leader like Mark Golden
Petitions,
because the PNP
papers,
supporters them are
reports from
dunce.
committees, notices of motions given orally.
Mark Golden a
I
spreading
have
wings
none.
and a do him a do. But the people they
The
never back him.
PNP
They
supporters
never
them,
They never back him.
them a sweet pepper big and no hot. A sweet pepper them, big and no blood clot hot. Me come with fire today. The PNP supporters them on the ground have shit in a plate them too.
Allow them know.
Lower. You think a friend me a look? A Jamaica me want them to get up and give Mark Golden the blood clot energy we
I
need.
already tell them off already.
Eh? You know, remember, you know hear for yesterday say 10,000 non-national I come in the country. Harry Strong say if they love the island, them are going to stay.
Chair of the
documents
PAC.
so they can stay.
Them a go
Then
stay.
ask them a question, say, who not going to provide accommodation?
Madam
Harry
Speaker,
Strong say, yeah,
I
we
beg
have to
to lay
provide
on the table
good
of the
accommodation
House
for them.
a copy of the annual report of the Public
Yeah,
Accounts
I have the
Committee
video.
of the House of Representatives on its
And-
examination of ministries, departments, agencies
Remember,
during the period
hold on,
September
'cause me will come live after this
2025
done, you know.
to
Remember
February
this one play.
2026.
PNP supporters, one is a disgrace to Jamaica. One is a disgrace to Michael Manley Party. One is a disgrace to PJ Patterson Party. One is a disgrace to Mama P Party. Peter Phillips and now come Mark Golden. One is a disgrace. The agenda with the party start out with. These PNP supporters, them are
Let me
done.
first take
Them are done.
chair of
All
the
the thing they do go full up on
PAC.
people
Go
platform.
ahead.
I taking all this information for go near
Madam
me.
Speaker, I beg to give notice that
Near
at
me
the next
blood clot
meeting of the House,
information. I
I
no
will
share
move the
it.
following
They
motion.
not do nothing.
Be it resolved that the annual report of the Public
Let
Accounts
this a go
Committee
on.
of the House of Representatives on its examination of ministries, departments, and agencies during the period September 2025 to February 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 17th day of June 2026, be adopted.
Minister Charles, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026 resolution, whereas by virtue of Section 3 of the Minimum Wage Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, fix minimum rates of wages for any occupation in the island, either generally or in any specified area, place, or district, in any case where the Minister is satisfied that the wages being paid to any person employed in any such occupation are unreasonably low, and may, if the Minister is satisfied that it is desirable so to do, fix a national minimum wage applicable subject to the provisions of that section to occupations generally, and whereas by virtue of Section 3, subsection 3 of the Act, the Minister may, by order, vary or cancel a minimum wage, and whereas on the 4th day of June 2026, the Minister made the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026, and whereas Section 3, subsection 5 of the Act provides that an order made under Section 3 in relation to a national minimum wage shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas it is desirable that the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026 resolution, and 2, the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 17th day of June 2026 as affirmed. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026 resolution, whereas by virtue of Section 3 of the Minimum Wage Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, fix minimum rates of wages for any occupation in the island, either generally or in any specified area, place, or district, in any case where the Minister is satisfied that the wages being paid to any person employed in any such occupation are unreasonably low, and may, if the Minister is satisfied that it is desirable so to do, fix a national minimum wage applicable, subject to the provisions of that section, to occupations generally. And whereas, by virtue of Section 3, subsection 3 of the Act, the Minister may, by order, vary or cancel a minimum wage. And whereas, on the 4th day of June 2026, the Minister made the National Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026. And whereas Section 3, subsection 5 of the Act provides that an order made under Section 3 in relation to a national minimum wage shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas it is desirable that the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1, This resolution may be cited as the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026 resolution, and 2, the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 17th day of June 2026, is affirmed.
The member from Clarendon North. House Leader. House Leader, you may turn on your mic. House Leader, you may turn on your mic.
Madam Speaker, the time being 4:45. I now move that the House be allowed to receive and answer questions at this time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development with responsibility for works the following questions standing in my name.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of statement by ministers. We will have a statement from the Minister of National Security and Peace.
Well, listen for Harris Chink. Well, listen, like and share.
Question is recommit. No statement by ministers. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Statement by ministers. Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to provide some clarity on the memorandum of understanding between the Government of Jamaica and the Government of the United States of America concerning the potential transfer of third country nationals to Jamaica, through Jamaica. Also, I want to emphasize that this matter must be considered within the context of Jamaica's international obligations, its long tradition of maintaining strong security relations with the United States and shared security challenges, our national security responsibility, and the realities of an evolving global migration environment. This MOU is not an immigration settlement arrangement. It is not a program to permanently resettle individuals in Jamaica. The persons contemplated under the framework are nationals of countries other than Jamaica who would transit through Jamaica under a controlled process with while arrangements are
See
made
the blood clot criminal man there. That thief and Peter Jam. Watch him. Watch him blood clot drunk crow. We are called for this Batman resign.
Public commentary
You know why him come? Because he
under the signed MOU for the TCN, third country nationals, Jamaica will host
You know, it no matter what you want to do, you know.
at any one
But
time.
me I call upon the
International
PNP supporters them. If you
Organization
not
for
cruff,
Migration, I owe him.
if you not vote
And not
list,
10,000 persons in that
you must mobilize together and
Under
this
the
too
signing,
matter.
the MOU established a
Andrew
framework
Wheatley
of
for left
cooperation.
resign,
It provides
and
that any
the
proposal
deal
for
with
transfer
Andrew
must be
signed with
considered
Trump
by the Jamaican
for forfeit the
on
deal.
a
If
case-by-case
the
basis.
PNP supporters
And
them
at Jamaica's
is not a
discretion.
cruff we live on
The
the
process
island,
designed to be
all I want
controlled,
need for mobilize
phased,
and talk. Like
subject
when you
to
can mobilize
agreed
for
operational
nomination,
procedures.
mobilize for anything at all.
The
When you
discussion
mobilize for
contemplated
this,
a
make the
limited
news
operational
media
flow
fine
subject
or
to
no.
safeguards. A key control mechanism is that the
And me a
process would
look, come me
pause
what
if the
more
number of
content
individuals
to
remaining
push
in
it.
Jamaica exceed
Me a
the
look,
agreed
me a wait
threshold
for
of 10
content
individuals
to
allowed
push
for
it, because my
review and
YouTube not pay me.
management
So I don't want to feel like say, me a wait for enough to do content for me get paid. Me not collect
There
a
is no
dollar
need,
from
Madam
YouTube, I
Speaker,
care zero
for
about
excessive
YouTube
focus
and them
on
money.
the final number, as Jamaica will
Watch this
maintain
now.
complete
See
situational
Andrew Wheatley
awareness
there, the thieving
in
boy.
respect of each potential
I'll
transfer.
send to Elizabeth in have
This
land.
will be carefully vetted
How much
against
land?
the established
Remember,
criteria
Andrew
and
Wheatley a
must
thief
comply
and
with all the
Petrojam.
requirements agreed
And
before Jamaica agrees to
if
the
Andrew
transfer.
Willis keep him, remember, a two thieves we
Importantly,
get now, Andrew
the
Willis and
Jamaica
Andrew
assessment
Wheatley.
that will guide
Then
us is
remember the
considered
gag order, you
appropriate
know,
and managed.
from Integrity
Madam
Commission,
Speaker, the government
they
has
part
also
him from
been
them time,
deliberate
you
in
know.
ensuring
When we want Integrity Commission
MOU
for do now,
contains
have
the
to
necessary legal
release all of them
protections.
now. One
I can
by
assure
one,
the
like we
public
have
that
two of
every
them now.
line was
So we
carefully
have 10 of them
considered and
left.
negotiated
We have
by skilled
Andrew Willis and
professionals
Andrew Wheatley.
steeped in foreign
We
and
want the
state
next
policy,
10.
as well as attorney at law, well versed in matters of international and constitutional law in our Attorney General's department. Admission of foreign nationals to Jamaica continues to be guided by the Aliens Act and the Immigration Restriction Commonwealth Citizens Act.
That you to
The
big up
review,
yourself.
which will be announced very soon, but it's still valid and has excellent
Labor right.
guardrails for
You know,
acceptance
they on
of foreign
social
nationals.
media, I report to both people
This
page.
is why, Madam Speaker,
You
no
see?
transfer can take
Una
place
will
until
get a
operational
page.
procedures
Una
are
will
finalized
report to
to
both
ensure
people page.
compliance with Jamaica's
One of them
legislation.
there, una get a page on a house.
MOU specifically recognizes
One
that all
hardcover book,
action
one
under the
hardcover
framework
page
must
you know
be
get from a
consistent with
hardcover
Jamaica's
book. When I get a page from a
international
hardcover book.
obligations, including the Convention relating to the status of refugees, the 1967 Protocol relating to the status of refugees, and other applicable international obligations. This is further supported by the broader international migration governance framework, including principles advanced by the International Organization of Migration, which promotes migration systems that are orderly, humane, safe, and rights-based. Government has already ensured that the operational safeguards are clear. Importantly, before any transfer occurs, Jamaica and the United States must first agree to the operational procedures governing implementation. Individuals will be considered on a case-by-case basis. Jamaica retains the discretion to accept or reject proposed individuals. All available documentation relating to identity, medical information, and criminal history must be provided. And persons with criminal antecedents will not be accepted under the arrangement. Madam Speaker, let me reiterate that no transfer will commence until the necessary procedures are completed and accepted by both parties, have agreed on the implementation framework. The MOU itself provides the implementation is to be consistent with operating procedures mutually agreed in writing before transfer begins. We must also recognize the diplomatic environment within which the decision has been made. The United States remains one of Jamaica's most important bilateral partners, if not the most important. With a significant diaspora population, this population maintains strong family ties and business interests in Jamaica, the ultimate place of
Mark
hope.
Bolin,
As
I
a
beg him
sovereign
boss.
nation, Jamaica has a responsibility
No
to
agree with nothing about this. I make Donald Trump go suck out him mama and go. Andrew go suck for him mama too. Two of them go suck their mother.
maintain constructive diplomatic relationship while ensuring that cooperation is consistent with our laws, our values, and our national interests. Our approach has been neither automatic acceptance nor rejection. It has been careful negotiation over time. Jamaica has a long history of engagement on security, migration, and international cooperation matters. We have considered the experiences of other countries, including those within the Caribbean region, that have entered similar arrangements and have ensured that Jamaica's circumstances and safeguards remain central. Madam Speaker, the government has not taken this decision lightly. We have a responsibility to protect Jamaica's security, uphold our international commitments, maintain our diplomatic partnerships, and to ensure that any cooperation undertaken is structured, lawful, and the best interests of the Jamaican people. That has been the guiding principle throughout the process, and it will continue to guide the implementation of this particular program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from St. Catherine South will be responding.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the statement this afternoon by the Minister is here in wake of a newspaper article yesterday. Neither the opposition nor the public at large in Jamaica had any idea that the government of our country was contemplating committing Jamaica to what is being provided for in this document. That, I must say at the outset, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable. This is a proposed action to commit Jamaica to, not commit any individual on the government side, the country of Jamaica. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in bilateral arrangements, it is about pursuing common interests between the bilateral partners. My question then arises, what is Jamaica's interest in this arrangement that is being considered with a disposition to implement? And I think not just the opposition, but the country, Jamaica, should be told, ought to be told, what Jamaica is set to benefit from this arrangement being proposed. Is there a security risk to Jamaica that is being pursued, protection is being pursued here? Is it so or is it not? Not a broad speculation. We would like answer in that regard. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, because this arrangement is seeking to commit the country of Jamaica, it is only proper that the executed MOU that forms the basis of the arrangements be pursued, be brought and tabled in this House. And I'll go further, Madam Speaker. If the government, and I hope they do not, but should the government proceed to enter into an arrangement on the basis of what we see here, that agreement, which is being negotiated, as the Minister indicated, be tabled in this House before its implementation. Not after, and we are left to react to what is already in force. To do otherwise, Madam Speaker, would be blatant contempt to the people of Jamaica and would be unacceptable. Further questions arise from this proposed arrangement. And yes, we are searching in the dark because there's very few details have been made available to us. The Minister said in the statement here, not a 10,000, maximum of 25 persons at any one time. Well, there can be multiples of 25 and go to an infinite sum. What is the maximum duration of their stay in Jamaica? And should those persons not be removed from Jamaica at the expiration at that hopefully agreed maximum period, what is the recourse? Are we stuck with those persons? Will they be re-extracted and sent elsewhere? We don't know. Madam Speaker, as I speak, there's over 1,700 males being detained at the General Penitentiary, our largest penal institution, for detention. Because this is not an hospitality service we are asked to provide here. It's a detention service. Our next facility in Spanish Town hosts over 1,000 inmates for a facility that was built for 750 persons. In the case of General Penitentiary, was built for no more than 850 persons. And it's over 1,700. More than double the capacity. And the conditions that prevail in our penal institutions, we'll all agree is not the best. So we have a long-standing inability, incapability of providing what is deemed acceptable and reasonable condition for the detention of persons in Jamaica. Why are we seeking to compound our problem? The cost of, is it going to be used in existing facilities? Or are we going to be having new facilities? Who will bear the cost for creating these new facilities and maintaining these facilities? These are critical questions that go to the heart of everyday Jamaican life. Because the resources of this country, as we are now, is way inadequate to deal with the demands. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that the government accede to some of these questions we have raised. I don't raise them here on behalf of the opposition only, but on behalf of the rest of our people who are very concerned about what is contained here.
Thank you. Opposition Leader, you said you had more questions?
That was a statement by the spokesperson. I have some questions, is what I believe I'm allowed to ask. Minister, first of all, has the Memorandum of Understanding been signed by the two state parties? And if so, what is its date? That's the first question. Secondly, if persons are received by Jamaica under this arrangement, will those persons be held in detention, or will they be free to go wherever they want to go in Jamaica? Thirdly, if they are to be held under some form of restriction or detention, what would be the legal basis for imposing any restriction or detention on them, given that they have come here not having committed any offense under our laws? Also, fourthly, there's a discrepancy in your statement, because it says that under the signed NOU, Jamaica will host only 25 third country nationals at any time. But it goes on to say there's a controlling mechanism, which you say is important, which says that there's no obligation to take any more once you have 10 here. How do you reconcile those two? I'm sure you have an answer, but I'd like to hear what the answer is. And fifthly, Minister, I would like to specifically ask, what is the motivation for Jamaica entering into this Memorandum of Understanding? There is no discernible benefit to Jamaica from taking third country nationals. Is it that there are benefits which have not been disclosed? After all, we only heard about this because of a leak to a newspaper resulting in the publication of a scoop yesterday, which is why you're here giving this statement today. Were that not, had not that happened, we wouldn't know. We'd all be in the dark. So I'd like to know, what is the motivation of the government in signing this MOU? If there's a benefit to Jamaica or there are benefits, what are those benefits? If on the other hand, there was other forms of inducement, negative or positive, to enter into it, what were those? The country has a right to know. This matter is of great concern to Jamaicans. We have never had a situation in the past where we have taken third country nationals pursuant to a bilateral arrangement. And the last point I wanted to raise, Minister, which I think is number 6, is whether you are aware that a federal court in the United States has ruled that the third country removal policy is unlawful. And that matter, the U.S. government is appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court. So the legal status of this arrangement under U.S. law is very unsettled. The only existing ruling that I'm aware of is one where a federal judge in the District of Massachusetts had said, out of a class action lawsuit brought by 8 migrants, had ruled that this arrangement is unlawful under the laws of the United States. And that is, as I understand, being appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. So are you aware of that, Minister, in entering into this arrangement at this time? Should this not at least to await legal clarity in the United States as to whether such an arrangement is proper under their law?
Opposition leader, you have gotten a lot of leniency.
Yes, I have. And I have one more question, Madam Speaker. And the last question I have is, when can we expect the tabling of the MOU in this Parliament so that the people of Jamaica can have access to see what it is that the government has signed them onto in circumstances where we wouldn't know if it wasn't for a newspaper? Thank
you, Madam Speaker. First,
hold on a minute, Minister. There is one additional person who would like to ask a question. Is that so?
Juliet, go suck out your mama dirty warring girl. You think we can have this an important matter here, can talk about opposition and get more lenience? Juliet, go suck your mother girl, you want licking in your mouth. You feel like the blood clot, you feel like Warren Bumbleclot, Bigfoot Jankro. What the fuck you feel like? You think this is just one pram push thing? Eh? This is a serious importance. This never happened in Jamaica before. The government want to take in 10,000 criminals and you can talk about opposition and get leniency. Leniency, your blood clot, go suck out your mama dirty big pussy warring girl.
Pardon me? So it's yourself? Yes. And the latitude provided to the opposition leader will not be provided to you other members. I'm asking you, stick to the question. So hold on, member. So it will, member Campbell, I heard you very clearly. So, member of opposition did not quite ask questions. In his questions, he gave a lot of preamble and post-dance, but he got the latitude to do so in deference to him as leader of the opposition. So the first person will be St. Catherine Northwest, and then after that will be Westmoreland Eastern, and finally it will be the member from St. Anne Southeastern, after which the Minister of National Security will respond. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You turned off your mic, member from St. Catherine Northwest, which is why you are at the back of the queue. But you go ahead first.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Making reference to the report, it indicated that the agreed threshold of 10 individuals allowing for review of management is the maximum to remain in Jamaica. The question is, how long could that 10 remain in Jamaica at maximum?
First thing, let me reiterate. You are not permitted to ask questions asked already. That question was previously asked in terms of the length of time.
That's not so.
You need to
Chairman.
listen when the members ask question. Your
Which he asked
member,
how long the 10
yes,
can
he
take?
asked about the length of time. And he's a spokesperson.
Chairman.
So I'm asking you to listen to each other.
Did he ask how
So,
long the 10
yes, so remember, you're not allowed to reiterate questions or statements made by other members.
Final thing.
The limit and the duration was in the previous question.
Okay.
Thank you, member.
All right. Also, as it relates to the concern about not in my backyard, is there an indication of where these people will be held?
Juliet, why you not go suck out your mama? I tell you, say you want to lick in your mouth, dirty girl. You can't tell the blood clot people them what kind of question them for ask. You don't want the parliament light a fire with you in that blood clot. You say you don't want the parliament light a fire with you inside.
That question was also asked by
no
the
problem.
leader of the... That is two strikes, member.
Yeah, well, there's no standing order on strike. So
No, there is. Would you like me to read the standing order for you, member? Would you like me to read the standing order for you?
No, I don't.
Please do not allow us to go there. So,
don't worry. Madam Speaker, third question. Yeah, all the time. Tell lie for me all the time. The number indicated at 25, is that a hard for the MOU or is that a for now number? Yes, well, answer that one as well. So, yeah, Madam Speaker, is that a hard number for the duration of the MOU or is that a for now, for today number?
So, member, I'm using you for the teaching this week.
Yes.
You are not to ask the same question twice.
No.
Our hearing is excellent.
I was being
unless
disturbed by
unless the
goat man
minister
over there.
asked, I heard your question clearly and you weren't interrupted because it was a new question.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Final question. If there is information...
What kind of fuckery this them talk about the question they asked already?
Security concerns
Mr. Andrew, you want somebody to tie one chuck and haul a blood clot out of the parliament? Andrew Holness, you say you want Jamaican give some blood clot lick. Andrew Dirty Bumbo Clot Holness.
Thank you.
You say you want Jamaican people to mash up a blood clot.
Member from Westmoreland. Member from Westmoreland. Member from Westmoreland Eastern, your turn if you have your questions.
Here, I see you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise with my standing orders. And I rise with my standing orders looking at Standing Order 11A, statement by ministers, and there are 3 subsections under it.
This part of the question and answer session is not standing orders, and if you would like to continue, I will now move to the next member who is required to ask questions.
No.
Member from St. Anne Eastern, go ahead with your questions. Member from St. Anne Eastern. Member from St. Anne Eastern. Member from St. Anne Eastern, you're being allowed to ask your questions.
What is it governed by? No, if the question is not governed by the standing order, what is it governed by? What governs the question?
John. Members, you are required to go straight to your question. No, he doesn't need to read it for me, or for the House, or anyone else.
House leader. Just listen. Members. members, Member Campbell, Member Campbell, Member Campbell, Member Campbell, Member Campbell, Member Campbell, and all the other members. The Speaker has simply said, when you rise, go into your questions. You don't know, there is no latitude to speak about standing orders. This is, members, we are in the section for questions and answers. Can the members just listen? We're in this section, Speaker, we're in the section of questions and answers to questions. The statement has already been given. The member has responded on behalf of the opposition, and we're now in questions. When the members rise, please ask your questions. You will be allowed to ask your questions. Your questions must be in accordance with 16.2. Just ask the questions, please.
Member from Westmoreland, Eastern. The House Leader has already given you some guidance. I have the standing orders right in front of me because, as Speaker, I am required to execute the management of this Honourable House in keeping with the standing orders. You do not need to read the standing orders because it is not included in questions and answers to questions. At this stage, you are only allowed to ask questions of the Minister who gave the statement in respect of the statement actually given, and there was no statement given on standing orders. Now, you do not need to read Standing Order 11 or subsection that is quoted at 17 subsection 2 because I have the standing orders here. No, Member Campbell, if you believe that you manage the House and you do not follow the instructions given, I will move to the next member. This is it. This is it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your
I have
question, member?
a series of questions. Yes. My first question is that in the information that was reported in the media, it said that...
You're not allowed in the standing orders to speak of information reported in the media. You are required to ask the Minister questions from the statement he gave.
Minister, did a member of the government approach the United States of America to enter into this agreement? Was it initiated by a member of the government? That's question number one. Question number two. On what basis is the government of Jamaica willing to send back Cuban doctors but admit...
Member, your mic is off. So this statement was not in respect of anything other than the statement made by the Minister of National Security. Member, no, so incorporated in your question, member, should not be anything other than the statement by Minister given.
The question I'm asking, Madam Speaker, the government has taken a decision to enter into a relationship with the United States to accept third country nationals who are being deported from the States. And I'm asking, what is the guiding philosophy of the government of the country that I was born and raised and live in that would allow us to accept persons from third countries who are being deported when we are turning back?
All right, so you refuse to listen to the ruling of the Speaker. It is obvious you do not appreciate that. You are not allowed by the very same standing orders that you would like to guide me on to ask a minister questions that are not in his portfolio. No. Member. Mm-hmm. And Member Campbell, member from Westmoreland Eastern, you were reading Standing Order 11. If you would like some time, I will direct you to Standing Order 16 on contents of question 16A. Please read it.
I will move on. Minister, is there an exit clause to the agreement?
That question was asked already, so you weren't listening. That question was asked 2 times already. Next question.
Is there any penalty if Jamaica exits the agreement? Is there a supporting framework for the agreement? Will the full MOU with the operating protocols be...
That question was asked already.
With the operating protocols...
Juliet, you want to wet up with
Madam
hot
Speaker,
eye.
you laugh when they are
You want
disrupting
somebody
the
wet up
House.
with blood clotting hot
You
eye.
need to call
Let
the
your
House
face
to
twist up
order.
like
You're
plastic.
laughing.
Fuck out your
You
mouth.
need to call the House to order. That's what you should be doing, is calling the House to order. Let me ask my question then in here, you will see. What happens, Minister, what happens if Jamaica rejects a set of transfers? What happens if Jamaica rejects a set of transfers? Can the U.S. override or challenge Jamaica's refusal to accept a set of transfers? Under what provision of Jamaican law will these persons be admitted? And the next question, has the government obtained any advice on the Constitution as to whether or not these individuals will be afforded any rights for the time that they are in Jamaica?
Does that constitute all your questions? Go ahead.
My final question, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
My final question, Madam Speaker. My final question, Madam Speaker, is on what basis did we think it prudent to accept detainees from a third country when we refused to accept?
You, Member Campbell, think it is appropriate to disregard the instructions you have been given The question was properly asked by the leader of opposition, so I'm sure the minister will disregard your last question, as Will Hansard. Please allow the member.
Juliet, sister, nobody no give a
Thank
fuck
you,
boy,
Madam
Juliet.
Speaker.
Juliet, nobody no
Minister,
give a
what
fuck boy,
is the
Andrew, you know.
housing
Andrew got
arrangement
charged.
for the persons transiting? Right, but nuanced. Fitz spoke about the prisons.
No, let's not go into nuances.
So that is one. The second, I have another question.
So please ask questions that were not asked before.
No, I want to follow up on it. And oftentimes, as the standing order provides, we're not given the opportunity to follow up on the questions. So the Minister, is there any private involvement in the arrangement? Meaning, will any element of the housing or the accommodation, the local logistics be private as a part of the MOU? And the final question, 4 paragraphs from the end, Minister, looks almost like we were coerced into an agreement. And so I just need clarity on it. It says the U.S. remains one of our, it speaks about our diaspora population and the fact that they maintain relationships back home, etc. So I want to know whether that was a part of the forced consideration or whether there was any force in terms of the consideration.
Even though we had cut off No, I had actually closed before for Minister to respond. Yes, it can. The questions at the time, I checked on everyone, and I closed and went to Minister. No. Minister?
Minister. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just 2 questions to the Minister.
Member from St. Andrew West, you turned on your mic. However, I had closed with the Minister to respond. You're the last person. 2 questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Thank you,
Go
Madam.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 1951 Convention on the Status of Refugees and its protocols are referenced in this document. Is Jamaica, apart from being a party, do we have legislation in Jamaica to guide the implementation of this protocol? And if the answer is yes, then on what basis would we discriminate against persons from Haiti applying for refugee status?
Minister. 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 Minister, please respond to the questions.
I have some.
Minister, please answer the questions.
Relax, man.
Minister, please answer the questions asked.
Cut off speaking, but she didn't say that to us before.
Madam.
Minister, please turn on your mic, Minister. Any other mic, if you turn it on, it will be turned off again.
I have questions on behalf of the people of Jamaica. I would like an...
Minister, your mic.
Speaker.
Minister, please go ahead with your responses.
Madam Speaker.
Minister, please go ahead with your responses. You take instructions from the Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
go ahead,
can I be
Minister.
protected? Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the Speaker has given the floor. The individuals are not detainees, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I indicate she is the chairman of this.
Me love this blood clot. Them a follow me. Them a follow me. When it's Andrew, suck out your mother, Andrew. Watch there. Me tell them to stand up on Uno. You see that? Me tell them to stand up on Andrew. Look on that, Andrew. Suck your mother. You can't talk about you want to bring in 10,000 criminal. And I want Nikisha Birchall ask her question. Juliet Owners go suck Andrew cock. You big foot market whore.
You have no need to get upon any point of order. So, you are directed to answer the questions asked so far.
No. Aspects of the immigration part, the street, the collection of the street. They heard of it. No, not the provider. The people take out. Listen, they have been sent to us. Madam Speaker.
I'm being denied an
Madam
opportunity
Speaker.
to ask questions on behalf of the people of Jamaica.
Madam Speaker.
About this program.
On behalf of the opposition to the leader of opposition business.
No, but you're all standing. Anyway, Madam Speaker, may I proceed?
Could you turn off the mics, everybody?
No, I didn't. Madam Speaker.
Member Michael, is that your mic or somebody beside you? Turn it off, please.
Madam Speaker. No, I did not hear. The lead, I take instruction from the speaker. Eh? No. The point about it? Point about it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister, please turn your mic off. Thank you, Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is a matter of grave national importance. And I know that you would like for the people of Jamaica to get the answers that they deserve.
What is the House
absolutely
rule
nothing
that you're speaking
in the
to?
standing orders which would prevent our members from asking the relevant questions on this matter. In addition, I would like to know, because perhaps you're planning to take the questions in batches. Perhaps it is that you're going to allow the minister to answer the questions already asked, and then you plan to reopen questions for additional answers. Is that the case, Madam Speaker? If so, we'll await his response and then allow for others to ask questions.
It is a wonder that wasn't contemplated by the members who rudely stood up and decided to protest. House Leader. House Leader. House Leader.
No, so members. But that's, she answered. There is no need to pull any hands up. The speaker asked for the persons who wanted to ask questions and persons. Allow me, no need. Sorry. Speaker, again, what would have happened is that you would have asked for persons who wanted to ask questions. They would have indicated. You would have given the persons who were going to ask, and then you would have called upon. We are a bully, and we are not afraid of bullies. Yes. So. We are a bully, and we are not afraid of bullies. Yeah. So, Madam.
Andrew, go suck out your mother, big pussy boy bully. Your nose is a bully. Your pussy will teeth in blood clot. Suck your mother, Andrew, but bully. Suck out your mama.
Yeah.
Please
I
allow
talk
the
about them as a bully. Andrew, suck your all your mother if you're a crocodile. Go suck out your ma if you're a crocodile. Andrew.
Member Nikisha Burchell. Marshall, once again,
suck your man,
Burchell,
Andrew.
in contravention to the standing
Run your mouth, your mama,
order, is
Andrew.
using an
Why?
electronic device and taping in the house.
But people are bully.
Member
Suck your man,
Burchell,
Andrew, and go. You stink like.
the moment
When I like your pussy, go ahead.
Go ahead, Deputy.
Give me a minute, please. Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
And Juliet, go suck your mother to Juliet. When I like on a pussy, to one go suck out on a mother.
I know that there is an attempt on a point of order. There is an attempt. A member across the floor has
Marshall, suck your mother to Marshall.
her phone to record members in the house, which is a breach of the standing orders. Madam Speaker, I am asking that you name the member if the member continues to do that.
You know when we lock down the parliament, pussy. Andrew, Batman Andrew, go suck out your mother. But you're Prime Minister. Which Prime Minister? You're a thief pussy. And your wife is a big pussy warring market girl. To wanna go suck out to no mama. Brawling.
The person who is in the gallery, that phone light, again, no one, including members in the gallery, are allowed to videotape or take pictures in the sitting. So the person in the gallery doing exactly what Member Burchell was doing, you're asked to stop. I am going to suspend the sitting for 5 minutes. Members, sitting is suspended. We return at 5:43.
Commercial break, commercial break. Look on Desmond. You pampas, you must chafe up. Mama Evie, one Nikisha Burchell could have never two. One Nikisha Burchell could have never two. Una like I go suck out on a mother brawling.
Angela, over here and trace.
What you mean?
I love Chris Brown. Chris Brown I like one born in a...
Andrew, go suck your mother to pussy. Look on Desmond. Andrew, go! You bumbuckler thief. And the next one we come out in our Integrity Commission report. What's your name again? What's your name again? The thief in one will just come out.
Oh, Andrew Wheatley?
Andrew Wheatley. We are thief and Petra Jam days. Suck out your mother and go. You can carry in 10,000 prisoners. And now when we talk about this in a parliament, how the fuck this a Warren Bigfoot market girl thing should be? Commercial break. Suck out your mother and go.
That all is not well.
Suck out your mother.
And those who are in the know, those who feel the failure of the present government, and those who are concerned about the future of the country, who say, you know what? If I sit down in my yard and don't say nothing about what is happening, and don't say nothing about what is likely to come,
when they tell them, so they can't get them to stand up on them in a parliament. You remember? When they tell them, so when they Juliet big Warren, big pussy Warren Juliet, I want to talk. Hold on to stand up on them. You know, she say, work. These are the blood clot weapons. We never use on them now. You know, see, when you find the formula, and we don't know alkaline. PNP, when you find the formula, I'm so proud of you tonight. Hey, baby, I'm so proud of them. Blood
government cannot liberate the people. If the head of the stream is corrupt, the entire river will be also. I do not support corruption. Corruption takes money away from children's education. It deprives hospitals of basic necessities. It means that roads are not fixed. Corruption deems inequality. It's like...
Well, this is the original Talk Your Mind TV.
Full speed ahead. No blood clot criminal in our country from Donald Trump. Donald Trump build out. Donald Trump have hope a place and can put them. The Donald Trump will put them on Epstein Island. The Donald Trump will ship them over Epstein Island because they don't say Epstein there. So the island of vacant. When Donald Trump will send them over Epstein Island. Where? Someone on blood clot and go. A fool in the Jamaican. Move on up. I love this, I love this world. Mark Golden, big up yourself. Every member of the People's National Party in a parliament today, big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. Black Beauty, I say me tell them and the manifesto blood clot, word, sound and power. Word, sound and power. What do you mean? Juliet in no control of the parliament. Pussy when you do the wrong thing. Long time I tell you to lift up out of the parliament, pussy. We tell you say we don't want you as no speaker and have a blood clot parliament, Bigfoot warring girl. We tell you say we don't want you as no speaker and have a parliament. Juliet, we never tell you say we don't want you as no blood clot speaker, you that blood clot market girl. Come to the blood clot market girl. Market girl. Down a town. Juliet, come out your pound of carrot. Want 3 pound of carrot and some beetroot.
Yo, what kind of fed for that system?
My wife say want one bag of peanut and more. Then sauce at the right. Give me the 2 sauce at there, Juliet. You know, when you sell bag juice,
but we're not sitting and watch certain things that go on and don't talk. Yeah, speak up.
Yeah, with bag juice. You don't drink bag juice? You don't go to Jamaica with it, you should bring up one bag.
Yeah, man.
You should bring up one bag, man. You can't go to Jamaica and bring up a bag. Juliet, sell me one pack of peas there. And onion and... Yeah, Juliet, just tell me everything we know to put me on the dinner. Andrew, you know, I look a shop around by the corner, say I look some bag juice. Tell them. One
change in every country. Sandra, share your testimony.
We are like a storm.
PNP.
We are like a storm.
Correct.
We are like a storm that will build a rescue. Now we have to come.
PNP.
Now we have to come. Now we have to come. The head of the corner. We are like a storm.
Like a storm.
We are like a storm. We are like a storm that will build a rescue. Now we have to come.
Andrea want somebody hard to have kick for his answer.
Now we have to come.
That now go now viral. They want a blood clot. They want a bumbo clot bully. I mean if you're a bully. You're a bully is you buck up in the bully of blood clot. At first you're a bully. You never know. Run up and see.
This is funny. You see no money, bring back the money. Before who no done it, before who no done it. The youth want back the money, we want back the money. So who no bring back the money, bring back the money. I can't believe them rock this rich
We are like a storm. We are like a storm. We are like a storm that will build a rescue. Now we have to come. Now we have to come. Now we have to come. The head of the corner. We are like a storm. We are like a storm. We are like a storm that will build a rescue. Now we have to
I don't know. What kind of song that come up on my thing? I'll find a song.
We have two generations of people in Jamaica, them dons like bat. And them a go dance, sir. We have two generations of people in Jamaica, them dons like bat. And them a go dance, sir. We have two generations of people in Jamaica, them dons like bat. And them a go dance, sir. We have two generations of people in Jamaica, them dons like bat. And them a go dance, sir. We have two generations of people in Jamaica, them dons like bat. And them a go dance, sir. We have two generations of people in Jamaica, them dons like bat. And them a go dance, sir. We have two generations of people in
Son of a
Now, we are going through a whole lot of strain here to set up another higher appointed smarty on top there.
Anyway, I want to play something from out of my phone. I want to hear Andrew Holness, once upon a time. Listen to this.
National Security Minister Peter Bunting said it was Jamaica which demanded money from Britain to help build a prison here to accommodate migrant criminals in the UK and another 1,500 to 2,000 inmates now at the Tower Street and St. Catherine Adult Correctional Facilities. He also says under the proposed transfer deal, Jamaica will decide on each prisoner to be sent back here from Britain. But the People's National Party Youth Organization, PNPYO, says the government should reject the prison money, noting that Jamaica would need to find the remaining 60% of the cost to build the prison.
And mark him, just mind now, them prisoner in at this time was Jamaican. In a Britain, this a Jamaican prisoner, Jamaican native, saying, and them did plan to give them 400 million to build the prisoner for us, a minute. And Andrew lash out against this. For Britain build one prison for host Jamaican. Born prisoner, Jamaican. For send back Jamaican prisoner. Saying, no. Andrew lash out and say no. Britain did not build the prison. 400 million they did give. Yes. To build the prison. But Andrew wanted to end up get the money, you know. He go behind and take the money, you know. And lash out against you when I'm an opposition leader. I went time I'm a prime minister and go take the money.
Take it.
And now in a parliament I talk about people are bully. You want somebody spit by your drunk crow.
The PNPYO says the maintenance bill would be too exorbitant. The PNPYO also says it is not right to ask Jamaican taxpayers to foot the bill for the crimes committed by non-resident Jamaicans in Britain. Meanwhile, the opposition leader Andrew Holness says while he understands the need to build Jamaica's relationship with Britain, efforts must also be placed on righting the wrongs of the past.
As it turns out, building schools contribute much more to the growth agenda than building prisons.
Andrew tell them say buildings school contribute more to the growth agenda than build prison. And now this pussy old drunk crow saying one go behind a Jamaican people citizen back, collect money under the quiet for Trump build prison. For Trump send out 10,000. 10,000. 10,000, you know. And see Andrew and say, I'm going to play it again. Hear the dirty drunk crow. Listen to the pussy old dog shit.
Relationship with Britain, efforts must also be placed on righting the wrongs of the past.
As it turns out, building schools contribute much more to the growth agenda than building prisons.
Hear them?
And the National Security Ministry says Jamaica has...
I know the pussy will drunk them now and the people them ask no question about this a backdoor deal that Andrew wants to do with Donald Trump. And here Andrew wants building school at the time when they proposed to build a prison for who was Jamaican.
And him in there for 10 years and build not even one school.
And him in there now. Yeah. And you know, build no school and talk about building school contribute to the growth agenda. That means that him no can, I'm telling you, say, him for the amount of years him in there, he no contribute to the growth agenda, none at all. Because he no build no school. Exactly. Listen to the Junker again.
On righting the wrongs of the past.
Listen to the Junker.
As it turns out, building schools contribute much more to the growth agenda than building prisons.
And the National Security Ministry says Jamaica has signed a non-binding memorandum of understanding with the United Kingdom to facilitate the proposed prisoner transfer deal. He says under the MOU, the Parliament would have to pass framework legislation to allow for a prisoner transfer agreement to be signed with the UK. British Prime Minister David Cameron has declared that reparation for slavery is not the answer, and it is time for Jamaica and other countries in the region to move on. Ahead of Cameron's visit to Jamaica this week, there were increased calls for the British to pay over billions of pounds in compensation for the wrongs of slavery. However, Prime Minister Cameron said addressing the matter was not a part of his reason for his trip.
No, I haven't been taken aback. Of course, this is an important debate. I mean, my view is that as we look into the past, we should think of all of the aspects of the past, not least the action that Britain took for many decades to wipe.
So, when I hear them, them fight it out and it never happen. Remember say it never happen, you know. So if Andrew one of those things say I'm going to sneak through this and it's going to happen, it will never happen. And you see if they sign it already,
They sign it already.
even if they sign it, can't happen. So Donald Trump have to just go and extradite them. You understand?
It'll go happen. It'll happen because Jamaican people is not going to protest. They're not going to stand up. So it'll go happen.
We're protesting at the parliament.
Them still are going to
We're protesting at the parliament.
No, that alone can't help.
And the people them are going to see, say, them have to go, because this a protest going on in the parliament, you know. If this not ignite the PNP supporters, them know, them are really labor right under this guys. If this not ignite the PNP supporters, them will have to labor right under this guys. Because they see starting now, you know, because they are wait past it, you know. So now,
protest in a parliament.
so see protest starting a parliament. So I see if the PNP supporters them are going to continue with the protest. It start. Okay, I'm going to go back over there. Lord God, I don't want to miss nothing. I don't want to miss nothing. I don't want to miss nothing. It start to us.
Or was terminated. All who have opted to stay are here on a legal grounds. They are permanent residents. They can work without a work permit. And no one has been rejected. And those who have applied to come back, if they come back, they'll be well received. They may have a challenge coming to the country, but that's not my challenge. And there are some just going. They may have a chance getting out of Cuba, but that's, I said, a different issue. But they are welcome, and they'll be welcome on a firm legal basis, and will be free to work in whatever job they were in before. Right? There's no disputes there. We do not discriminate against Haitians, as I said, and number of them applied for asylum, and they're going through the process. Others have been to our courts, they fail, and we send them home. Others we intercept at sea, they go home, as we treat all illegal migrants. And those who are here and have taken it to another level, my office, working with the AG department, continue to take court cases. The agreement, it's a government-to-government arrangement. There is no private government-to-government understanding. There is no private involvement. The funding to host them may have to be, we might have to lease a private place. That's different. But it's not, there is no arrangement for any private sector group to be involved in this. The only third party involved is the International Organization for Migration, United Nations. The right to terminate reside in both parties, which I said we can do, but obviously, coming from the US, we are the one who may have to seek opportunity if it arises. But I said we are long-standing allies, and we work together, and we treat the issues as they arise. I conclude, Madam Speaker, that Jamaica has a team of professionals in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and in the Ministry of National Security who fully understand immigration issues from various angles, and have not only done a good job in negotiating, they spent time, they didn't sit down and say, yes, we accept. It has been going on. They have another 8 countries who have concluded the arrangement with before we got an agreement. And they're still negotiating with some. I said they are, to me, a team of high-quality professionals who have an understanding of international relations, bilateral relationship, and have negotiated this agreement, and will continue to manage and operationalize the understanding between the United States government and the Jamaican government. I think I've covered most. If I have missed any. No,
Members,
which remind me of them. There's a whole series I'm trying to get to.
I could assist.
Oh, you're not finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Not
But he's saying I did not answer one of the questions.
Yes, I could assist by indicating.
Go ahead.
One of the questions, thank you. One of the questions that I asked these are the questions that I asked that weren't answered. What happens if any of those you indicate up to 10 don't leave? If they don't leave after the 2 weeks you mentioned off, what happens? Is the United States obliged to retrieve these are the questions that I asked who would be here beyond the 14 days? That's one. What happens
they would be like
any of
other
those
Minister,
You indicate
are you
up to
finished,
10
member? Because I
leave.
think he had some more.
If they don't leave,
Yes.
so that is one that is not clear. The other question that what happens is the United States one of the questions that I gather from the answer. These are the questions that I asked who would be here beyond some time ago. That's one. What happens last Thursday?
They would like other.
Minister,
that was the next
are you
question.
finished,
Other
member? Because I
question
think he had some more.
if they don't leave, yes. So that is one that is not clear. The other question that what happens, the working protocols, whatever you choose to call it, that would be arrived at upon finalization of those sets of provisions. We are asking to indicate, will you table those in the House before the agreement becomes operational? No. And next, you indicated in your answer, Minister, that the persons are not detainees.
That's correct.
That means what I'm understanding is that they come off the plane, they can roam around all over the country because they are not detained. Are they free to move around in Jamaica at will?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes.
The international migration will deal with them, but they can move around.
Minister, just allow the member from St. Catherine South to finish and then respond. Just allow the member from St. Catherine South to finish. The minister would follow up on his questions first, and then if there are any other questions he had not responded to, because the minister was not finished.
Okay, on the last question that I raised, Minister, about the detainees being free, well, not detainees, you said, they are what, invitees, guests? Those persons who, however you choose to describe them as not detainees, during their period here, for the 2 weeks you made mention of, or any other period thereafter, what the arrangement is, if yet agreed to, in terms of the provision for their sustenance, food, clothing, medical services, etc. All those are going to be dealt with. What are the operational protocols for those?
They're free to move around. They're here in a transitional mode, like in transit back to their home state, and we expect them to be out. While they are here, they are, as I said, they are in transit. They are free to move around. They'll be under some support from the International Organization for Immigration, but it's not a detention in any way. That is very clear. If they choose to stay longer and stay in Jamaica, they'll then be subject to the international regulations we're signature to. And they will apply for refugee status, and the court will decide if they can stay or not to stay at that point. The rate of returning to home country at this point in time is about, up to now, is over 90%. The fact is, well, I don't want to get to detail. They are looking to go to the United States, and like Jamaicans, when they come home, within weeks they go back to the United States. The object is there. Our per capita income is $7,000 per capita. Most of these people are coming from, they want to go to the US with a country with $80,000 per capita income. That's the reality you're dealing with. Secondly, during the time they are here, the funding from the US government cover their stay. That's where we are. The first question, in terms of the MOU, no, it was not intended to table the MOU. That's not normally done with MOU, with agreements in government, but we would table the terms of the agree to the operational procedures would be made public and be tabled in the House. And we expect that to be concluded very shortly, which will give a time frame and establish where they will stay, etc., as terms of holding base. And the holding base is where they will be resident for some time, and it will be rotational. But the MOU itself is not a secret document, and I guess if we ask, we'll release the contents, but we don't normally table those agreements in the House. And there's no reason to treat this one different. but the operational procedures will be made public and can be tabled in the House. Well, the operational procedure is what will make it come into operation. No, the agreement, there's no intention to table it, but it's not a secret document. The information you ask, we will give it. No, it is not the practice to table these
I know this is not the practice,
and there was no
but it's
intention
not
to do
prohibited.
so.
No, my question
Member from Minister, member from St. Catherine South. His question was, will the final agreement be tabled before it becomes operationalized? That was the question.
No. No, not likely. We will publish the procedures for operationalizing it, and that will operationalize the agreement.
So the answer is no.
No.
This is dangerous, my viewers and subscribers.
And Juliet, no one then talk about
This is dangerous to the government, I do, my viewers and subscribers. And a prisoner, them all be, you know. So the 10,000 these people deported. 10,000 criminal deported or get land and house from this government. Roam free in Jamaica. Integrate with society.
I'm turning on your mic to repeat that question because it wasn't included in the list that you gave a while ago as excluded. No, I actually wrote down every single thing you said. So in the first set of questions, he forgot that he had not heard the response to this question. So, member, I'm asking you to repeat that
if they protest against criminal from different country, why they not send them back for them country?
What informs?
Can I believe this madness? Eh? And then Arishang say, they're not table nothing in a parliament, so them just do what them do, and that is it.
Did he answer saying not done on table?
Yeah, they just do what them do.
Wow.
They just do what them do. So Andrew only saw for his own now. Just take up himself and import in 10,000 criminal. See? And give them land and house, roam free. And a prisoner them, you know. Then do what them do and get deport. And instead of Donald Trump deport them back to their country, them deport them to Jamaica. They can't take away land from Jamaican people.
Because Donald Trump says Jamaican people are idiots.
Can I believe this thing? And Labour right to agree with this.
Then they
on social media, say they must stand with Andrew Jones with 10,000 non-Jamaican. If you're going to get land and house in our country. And then now table nothing, just do what them do. Andrew just going to make an agreement with Donald Trump and that is it. And Jamaican people have to live with this. PNP and JLP supporters. He bumper lad. No man. This a can't real.
I wonder if it a hit now, say the people in
this a can't real. No man, Jamaican. No man. I am not a bumper Jamaican, yes, sir. I am not a Jamaican.
A protest in a parliament and them out a road now protest.
We can't believe this blood clot. The people them where the government are trying to get off our land. Let me see if we're not going to make the government take on off our land them. Let me see if we're not going to make government take on off our land. Go capture land when they have 10,000 people in Jamaica now come and get land and house. I come and 10,000 criminals, you know. None of them are some a murderer, rapist, then deal with bomb, then deal with organized crime. These, can I believe that the Labour government put the Jamaican citizen life in danger? Eh? No, no. If Jamaican people them not protest, don't answer. I swear to God. No, I tell you. I'm just going to delete everything, all of them content on my channel and just strengthen on a different channel. Just trim. I not have to do nothing talk. I just find something else I like and just make it go and run. And still just make it go and run and call it a day. Because this is a joke. This is a joke, yeah, man. I just think about myself.
How much here you want the people them encourage them from 2019?
Jamaican people them are dopey, yeah, man. So
low them.
Not to low them. I'm just a one player, man. Black Beauty. I am not a Jamaican. I don't know nobody call me Jamaican. I'm a Thai, you know. I'm telling you, yeah,
I
sir.
don't see where they end up. I don't see where Jamaican
I
people
can't
end up
believe,
already,
say,
so
the labor rights
don't stress
supporters
yourself again.
I support Andrew Holness to bring in 10,000 people. 10,000 people are other people, you know? I forget them 10,000 different plot of land. Remember Andrew gave China them 2,000 acre land. And now I get some different people from different third world country.
That's why.
Land and house.
But you remember the video where the man, where the labor right man stand up?
Labor right now I take pay. 10,000 if you come out come mislead people. I don't live no way.
Yeah. But remember them say them are going
This
to
is
bring
a
in some
fucking
other
joke,
national.
yeah, man.
Entering into this bilateral agreement, what are the particular benefits to Jamaicans and the Jamaican society that inform entering into the discussions and to go into executing an MOU and to go into determining an operational arrangement? That was the specific question I asked at the very beginning.
Thank you, Member. Minister, you may now proceed to respond. Member from St. Catherine Northwest, kindly turn your mic off.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Member, the bilateral agreements between partners don't operate like that. This is a request of the United States government. The TCN request came from the US government. We looked at it, discussed it, and agreed to pursue a discussion to come to an agreement. And those discussions were carried out by professionals. We had no fundamental objection. We had to look at logistics, the number of people can manage. As I said, we are currently managing our own IRMs, which takes the same team of people in the ministry. We are managing, that is what we call involuntary return migrants, which are Jamaican deportees coming home. We are handling a number of Haitians. We have just dealt with a number of Cubans who have stayed in the country. And because of our location, those numbers could expand in a direction. We had to get those considered, and the professionals who have to deal with the issue of migration and handling operation on the scene, who have to work with IOM where necessary, as in this case, had to consider and conducted negotiations and agreed to the numbers we give you. No bilateral agreement, and you have been in government a long time, so you will be aware of that. Agreements are not discussed in that manner with people you work with on a regular basis. The Americans have been our partners from independence. We have many agreements with them. We have extensive trade agreements with them. We have extensive security agreements with them. So it's not a question of quid pro quo. They made a request of an ally, and we discussed it and agreed to the memorandum of understanding.
After you're finished with Member Jackson, Minister, you should continue to respond to the remaining questions that you had said you were going to continue with.
That respond to, Madam Speaker, I can recall now is that there was no pressure, undue pressure put on the government to respond. There was no coercion instituted. As I said, we have ongoing discussion in the United States of America. They are, beside economic activity, they are the primary security partner we have. In fact, we have extensive law enforcement activities, which is dealing with transnational criminals in Jamaica, and there's always personnel here from the U.S. government, which you are aware of, from all the departments in Department of not only dealing with drugs, but in recent time we have had to pay significant attention to trading in arms, and of course trading in the advance fee fraud, and the postal services, the DEA, and all the others are here. All the law enforcement agencies are in Jamaica under established legal agreements to work with us to manage transnational crime. It's our biggest problem at this point in time, and we have had successful arrangement, one in which has no breach of either.
Last year, the 3rd of September, the Jamaican people allow Andrew Holness to go back in the Parliament only for taking 10,000 deportees from different countries in the island to give them land and house, our land. And NHT contributor house. Jamaican people alright with this. Black Beauty, me now tell them, this is a joke. This is a joke, man.
It's like you come to reality now, me like it.
Yeah, no, this is a joke. Like, it come like every like what the YouTuber them a do on YouTube is like these people, like you have to just lower them and make them suffer. You know? And who they dead and if you make your money, you just buy a land and think about yourself alone. Who survive it because you see the Jamaican nation is the nation get fucked. Yeah, the Jamaican nation and a whole they get fucked.
They mind and you play with
Like
so
you get fucked. Like there's no Jamaican again. You know?
And then if you stop things so they're resilient, can nothing
No
like
man,
that.
the people them like even when I check it out, like the people they don't have like they're not sorting on purpose. Like the people them on the island, they're not sorting on purpose, you know? They don't have no purpose.
They make we look bad and people are look down upon
The people them on the island, they don't have no purpose. Can I believe? Andrew when is go take in 10,000 criminal, give them land and house. Nobody don't know where they come from. You don't know what type of what them people are doing. You don't know nothing about these people. We are going to just Lego in our country. And you have two political party supporters in the island. And not even this thing can come together and say, no man, this is a fuckery. So our government are running off a land. How the government go for burn and lodge, go lick down people's house. How the government figure burn and lodge, go lick down people's house.
If it happen to them or them family, they don't care. Like, they don't care.
This is a joke here, man. Like, at the worst blood clot Caribbean island in the island, in the world.
How they can't go to Barbados and do
No, man.
Barbados and Bahamas not do what them do?
No fucking Jamaican are left back. No Jamaican are left back. Then we change the name of the island now. Then you can't change the name of the island because Jamaica get fucked. There's no Jamaica again. Because the Jamaican people, them I know, they don't live on the island again. So some different set of people live on the island, so we have to rename the island. Because I can't believe that the people them of the country are going to sit back without take to the street and send the government a signal. How can the government call we squatters? But it was so easy to take in 10,000 people and give them house and land. Eh? This is a joke, man.
Then you don't know a smart city is coming to Trelawny, me just see.
Andrew for us doing anything, man. Remember, nobody live on the island, you know. So Andrew can just do him at the house, because really and truly, there's nobody live on the island. You know?
The Nara bill, Andrew wants to do as in like.
Nobody not really live on the island.
I mean, nobody not live on the island.
Nobody live down there. So Andrew can't do what he want to do. You know, see an investor going there, go do what they do and go repopulate the place. Nobody don't live down there. Do you see Jamaican them dead out? Jamaican them dead out, yeah, man. We can't be, Jamaican them dead out, but the people them down there calling themselves Jamaican don't have no land. Make the people them when they go. You cannot believe, I'm one of the bumbuckler people them, you know. So you see, this election is a life and death. And I tell them that this election is not like the election that I used to go before. This one different. I remember Mark Golding lead the whole entire time. And still come out second. Because the people them allow Andrew to thief the election. Saying, and since I know the thief election, in those continue which party he left off. You understand? You just continue when left out because the people them on the island really don't want nothing out of life. That is why police can just go around and kill them because they don't really want nothing out of life. See? And what we want Angela to do next, a ban take over the internet. Because they see people that live on the island, they're embarrassing, so I don't feel like Andrew wants to make this type of embarrassment display to the world. So I feel like Andrew for control the internet from these people and just do what he want to do. These people deserve to live on the island. The PNP supporters and JP supporters. The two set of supporters, them, Black Beauty, them a waste of time. Them only go itch up on people live, but they don't have no blood clot sense. You know? They only attack like they have sense. When you check it out, a crab in a barrel, them, they don't have no sense. A crab in a blood clot barrel. The Jamaican people, them dead out. I just be a crab in a barrel left down there now. And I say, I feel hurt for know say the people them don't have no sense. For know say our island where they live. You know? I can't believe in a 2026 people them still, I went and see it with their eye. They still make somebody tell them say that they see. Eh? And when they see it for themselves, you know, them still make somebody come and say, no man, that what you see, and that. I can't believe these people disgusting. These are disgusting to you. They're disgusting set of people. And I tell you say, the PNP supporters them don't deserve Mark Golding. Yeah, Jamaica don't deserve Mark Golding. Jamaica don't deserve Mark Golding. Jamaican deserve a Andrew Holness. They don't deserve a Mark Golding. Mark Golding a better educated nation to preside over. Mark Golding can't preside over them a blood clot either. They're making shame.
That's true. That's true.
Them are people who can't, they don't deserve Mark Golding. Yeah man, them are people who deserve Mark Golding. The PNP them deserve. PNP supporters them. They don't deserve a Mark Golding.
They not back Mark Golding.
They don't deserve him.
Or they not understand. I think Mark Golding intellectual.
They
never understand.
They don't deserve a Mark Golding. I'll tell you the truth. Because you see, for what Mark Golding stand for, that alone should have ignite the PNP supporters them and have them. Like, remember Delroy Chuck saying, afraid of the blood and fire come ready, I wonder what you mean. When Delroy Chuck hear the blood and fire come in, tremble. He must say, I wonder what that mean. The PNP supporters don't, in real life, and if you be honest to yourself, the PNP supporters them don't deserve Mark Golding. Because they don't have no sense. You know? They tell you who they deserve. They don't deserve no. Them and Labour right just feel stand with Andrew Honest. You know? Because them are the same thing. They live in the said community, have the said dirty logy mind. And they said set of people them. When I was say PNP and JLP, you know, remember they said people them live in the community, you know. And they said type of mindset they have. Or they choose, some of them choose this and some of them choose that. But when you really check it out, if you talk the truth, right now show you say the PNP supporters and the JLP supporters, them are the same dog shit them, don't have no sense. And I just the truth me attack. And if you're a PNP supporter and you do up here, I just the truth me attack. And if you have sense, you will know say the facts me attack. And if you're not an idiot, if you say you're facts talk, you might attack, you know. But if you're a PNP supporter, we have thin skin, you're going to jump off of the live. Because you know say a truth, man, you can't the truth hurt. But if you're looking at yourself, you're not doing nothing different from the Labour right supporters them. See? So you can't differentiate yourself from the Labour right supporters them. Because you're not doing nothing different. So you're going to get classified as the same thing as a PNP supporters and a JLP supporters. Because you're not doing nothing to show the difference. Remember, you know, if you're going to one jewelry store and you're going to buy gold or you're going to buy silver, when you're looking at the showcase, you know, you see the gold different from the silver, you know. They put the silver them in one section and they put the gold in one section. And they put the different grade of gold in one section so you can see the difference. But when you're looking at Jamaica, you just by the people them action, you don't know who are JLP. If they don't come on social media contact, you don't know who are PNP and JLP because them are the same people them. And they have the same dirty logy mindset. But through the People's National Party stand for ambition and progress and upliftment and motive, all of these good things, some of these dirty logy PNP hide back of that. And I do the same thing with the JLP supporters them I do. But I hide back at the policy and the principle what PNP party stand for, what Michael Manley party stand for. And it is obvious. It is obvious. So enough of these PNP supporters in Jamaica, them only hide back at the banner, at the policy. When Michael Manley said and true, everybody talk about it. Everybody who know about Michael Manley leadership talk about the good things of Michael Manley. All some of the labor them are biased, them still talk about it, you know, them biased self. So enough of these so-called PNP supporters, them hide back at this and say, oh, PNP and people say, oh, for the PNP say have sense. But when you check it out, the action different from where them are portray or where them are project. Just check it out. The PNP supporters them alright for Andrew Jones bringing 10,000 criminal for come give them house and land, you know. Remember, Andrew no give one Jamaican house from Hurricane Melissa. Andrew Holland from burial money. And Jamaica no go sit back and allow the government to take in 10,000 criminal and give them house and provide them with house and land. And people are sleep on a tree and that's appalling. And the Jamaican people now come together to feed themselves. Bumbo blood clot. We're done.
Our legislation, our sovereignty, and deal with them.
Member from St. Catherine, Northwest, you had questions that you did not hear responded to?
Madam Speaker, I asked two questions that I didn't hear an answer to. The first was if the numbers given, the 25 and the 10, were for the lifespan of the MOU or they were movable numbers. That wasn't responded to. And if for any reason we find that there is reason for concern if there was a return clause, that wasn't answered.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Made adequate comment, Member, but as I said, it is part of the understanding, the agreement. It will not move. 25 is the number that comes on each occasion. What will change, and the 10 is the number we use, that trigger point to pause and review. That's what it means. So while 10 is staying here, no more will come until we settle how we move from there. That's what it means. It's a cutoff. That's the trigger. If 10 of the 25 stay, you pause their movement and begin to discuss how we move from there.
Is that for the entirety of the...
That's the agreement. Yeah. So yes, that's the entire, that's what it is. Yes. No, it cannot change. We haven't changed. No, there's no return clause because if they stay longer in the country, it means they will be applying for refugee status, and we'll have to allow the law to proceed. They are subject to laws. At that point, it depends on the activity that they are alluded to. If it's an international terrorist, we send them on to the country that is affected primarily. If they break the law here, we lock them up and charge them. No, you would not return to the United States. No, unless what the adverse rates you find relates to it. No, if they're found to be in criminal activity that is against the U.S. government, the U.S. government will seek to take them.
Member from St. Catherine, Northwest, you're not asking those questions on the mic. And so I'm not sure anybody knows what the minister is responding to. So, Minister, could you please summarize the follow-up questions being asked for the benefit of the public so they know what you are responding to?
I was asking if we have indicated in my presentation, my answers before, that we will take 25
from tonight. I'm going to see Jamaican citizens about my viewers and subscribers. We're not going to come every night again.
There's indicate 10 of the members
now change Hispanic ground.
Incoming passengers stay.
From now. We're not going to
pause
come after again.
Of the
so
of all TCNs into the country and review what is happening.
Waste no more time now, man.
From there. That's the only open for negotiation or changes in the matter. It also means that those who stay may take the opportunity to apply for refugee status.
But I see people do nothing.
And at that point, they become more responsible.
Again. Yeah. Nothing.
Among the discussion by our technical team is how much we could manage at any one time. The number 25 was arrived at, and 10 of the trigger point. If you get to more than that, it occupies the time of the professionals in both the Ministry of National Security and the Attorney General's Department
supporters and the JLP supporters them are the same
extensive time. So the numbers were designed
to
can manage that,
social media
which
page
is why
it's
a trigger point.
Them are the same thing.
They're not a return clause, obviously, but if they are found to be involved in criminal activity or terrorist activity that affects a particular country,
remember them live set place of the JLP. Remember Jamaica. Which family they live? We live in a community of
Member from St. Andrew Western, did you have questions not responded to, or do you have questions for clarification?
Yeah, question for clarification, Madam Speaker, on a very important matter. I have in regard to something I asked
Jamaican people
before, and the Minister responded. There's a follow-up.
So,
Minister, I've heard your response about the non-tabling of the Memorandum of Understanding, but you did admit that the refugee status, the convention, because that there is no legislation on the convention, but there's a policy and a practice. The question I want to ask, Minister, is, firstly, will they, this is a special arrangement. This is a specially negotiated arrangement. It is not, it is outside of the policy and the legislative prescription in the immigration laws, a special arrangement. Are you then going to bring to the Parliament on some basis an update, a report as to A, the number involved? The assumption is that you will be able to move them on, transit them out of Jamaica in some kind of regular basis. But you admit that they can apply for asylum status and all of that. If and you pause, you have a pause clause in there, but the question is, will you be able, coming to the Parliament, to give some update from time to time as to the status of these individuals?
In real life, everybody we are talking are different for Jamaica.
We can give updates.
Hold on, Minister. You have to wait until you turn on your mic to start speaking. Thanks. Go ahead, Minister.
Supporters and
by the way, I should have added that, of course, like all,
island to eat, and that's real thing. And if
once they stay, they become an illegal immigrant. Although they are here under special conditions, and they are foreigners, and they apply for registration, but the right of the minister to deport is still there. I can deport them if I feel it is necessary. Of course, they can deport again and challenge that, but I still enjoy the power to deport them. But again, if it's 10 people did it, we wait until all those 10 are settled before we continue. In terms of
directly I show the rules to them at idiot. So if you are paying
in terms of reports, yes, we'll make
you want vex, you want
reports. We don't do reports on our own.
You want vex, you want happy.
The public interest.
Blood clot idiot.
If we pause, we'll let you know, and we have 10 or 12 or
and fight against this
5 or 6 to deal with.
Now, idiot.
Those are the numbers we'll be dealing with.
This will happen to no blood clot. Andrew have to build a house going on, and sleep on a tree and catch no more.
I know, ask Madam Speaker for the recommittal of
one island at Dopey. Who can build a house and live good.
I'm going there. House leader, I'm going to take the time to deal with the issue. Minister, could you turn your mic off, please? I have actually consulted Hansard to ensure that the ruling I made in respect of asking all members in the House if they had any more questions, calling by list the names of the constituencies for the members who put up their hands for questions or had their mics on at the time, and then indicating that the minister would answer all those questions. There is no challenge in giving leeway to members who subsequently to that ruling and statement deciding that, you know, I didn't realize I had a question and I'd like to ask one. The appropriate thing to do is to be respectful and follow the House rules and ask the leader of opposition business to put forward the fact that there are some additional questions. The approach of standing up and attempting to bully the Speaker is not one that will be met with positive results for you.
I take the island for all these different people. And the PNP supporters.
And particularly going live in the parliament is
blood
utterly a disrespect for this very house and its rules. I won't even name the member who went live. I know the member has been spoken to before. The member has been spoken to again. The member, if the member knows, well, you deleted your live. Someone has actually sent it when I left the office. I went to my chamber and spent the time to speak to the other members. I don't need to go any further. I would like members of the House to spend some time, all members of the House to spend some time to appreciate the standing orders and their interconnectivity. And I'm going to reiterate the ruling made in respect of Standing Order 32.1, Standing Order 32.2, as it relates to rising in place so that you can address your observations to the Speaker or Chair. I have no challenge, as I said before, respectfully, if a member or members decide that they have questions after. However, the approach taken to stand each week to cause disruption in the House, to cause the suspension of the sitting, cannot be rewarded. House Leader, could you please move for the recommittal?
Madam Speaker.
She did not say what she said she said. She needs to pull the Hansard.
Madam Speaker.
The Hansard will be circulated for your benefit next week, the entire House.
So we'll just say there's some people who have questions.
Madam, no. Madam Speaker, I believe that in the interest of the nation, when I asked the question earlier as it relates to whether or not we will be taking additional questions following the first set of questions taken by the minister, you gave the impression that you would have reverted to questions following the minister's response to the first set of questions. I understand what transpired thereafter, that perhaps your spirit is not allowing you to feel like you would want to hear the additional questions. But each member here, in her own right or in his own right, has the obligation, to the people that sent them here to ask the questions on behalf of the nation. And I think it's going to be a reflection of your own discretion this afternoon for you to just allow for the following questions, the remaining questions to be asked. The minister is quite capable of responding. How many additional persons have questions?
No, that's not appropriate. That's not appropriate. I will ask that question.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You may take your seat, Leader of Opposition Business.
And I thank
Members,
you. I appreciate
go ahead. I love to hear you say thank you. I don't hear it often enough. Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition Business. Members, appropriate behavior and respect for the chair is met with, I'm sure, far more discretion in your favor than against you. We have to show respect to each other. And members, I am going to first remind you, I studied the standing orders. Okay, no, I am happy that members now start to walk with the blue book. It wasn't happening before. And therefore, when you get up, and I'll cite first Member Campbell, I do not need anyone to refer to the standing orders and waste the time of the Parliament, because that's my job. That's my job. Oh, that's my job. That's my job. So, that's my job. And I'm saying this for the last time. And today, I will in fact give, Member Campbell, I want you to listen, because if you come back, member from Eastern Westmoreland, if the member from Eastern Westmoreland doesn't listen, then the next time he stands up to do what he attempted to do today, I am sure he will appreciate that we have been there before.
Your job is to
and
waste
he
the
has
time of
been
the
guided
parliament.
accordingly.
Just think like
Today,
shit.
I will give the latitude. Are there any other members who have questions of the minister? And I will reiterate that if today's behavior happens again, the latitude will not be granted. So, the latitude will not be given again. Today must be the very last time that this behavior is displayed. Which house rule are you citing, member? And you are allowed to give the house rule number.
I am citing Standing Order 11 and 32.
11 and?
32.
So member, Standing Order 11 and Standing Orders 32 were not broken today. Standing Order 11 speaks to the number of persons who can ask questions in a debate. All the members who indicated they had questions were given the opportunity. And we indicated, myself as Speaker and Chair, that now that I had collected all the members, we would now have the Minister answer. Standing Orders 32, 32.1 and 32.2 is even more direct in terms of the role of the Speaker. And the members, if you recall, member from Westmoreland Eastern, there was a written ruling provided to the House in respect of Standing Order 32, and I am going to circulate the written ruling for the third time. Member from St. Anne, member from St. Anne Southeast.
Speaker, no, we are on statement by Minister. We are on statement by Minister. The standing order that the Speaker is quoting is about 32, which is about the rules of debate. We are on statement by Minister.
It is still under questions and answers to questions. No.
Where we are on the agenda, Madam Speaker, is statement by Minister.
There are several. So Standing Order 11, Standing Order 17, subsection 2, and several other adjunct standing orders are applied in the behavior in the House, including Standing Order 16.1 and G. Go through them, member.
No,
including 32.1 and 2.
Them. Madam Speaker, I have read them.
Thank you, member. No, I'm finished. Member from St. Anne Southeast. Member from St. Anne Southeast, you are next. Member from, I'm finishing a member. Member from St. Anne Southeast, and then after that, the member from St. James South, from St. James South. I call you, sorry. And then last but not least is the member from St. Andrew South. You have some questions of the minister? You? St. Andrew South. Oh, sorry. St. Andrew South West. So no man, I call St. James. So first will be St. Anne East. St. Anne Southeast. You had your hand up first. I caught his eye first. The eye of the speaker caught the member from St. Anne Southeast. You are next.
It's the microphone them I use after the first step of Republic. The microphone destroyed the democratic process of Jamaica Parliament.
Yes, babe.
The microphone destroyed the democratic process of our Parliament. So Jamaica operates as a republic and a democratic banner. But through one island to Duppy, I just utter it still because through one island to Duppy. And the only thing they know, only thing Jamaican do for good for, if the police go and shoot them and throw them in a van back. You understand? Practice on them.
Turn off your mic, the member from St. Catherine Southeastern. You have caught my eye. Thank you.
I hope not. Madam Speaker, so first question, I have a couple of quick ones. And Minister, the immigration status while in Jamaica, if you could speak to that. And then the second part of it is for the time when they're in Jamaica, if they apply for asylum, thank you, that's the word. If they apply for asylum while in Jamaica, does that change their status? Is there a limit to the time when they can remain or for a decision on asylum status? And while that is being processed, do they count? Does that application count against the threshold which has been set? So the 10. So that's the first one. In other words, can we have 60 or 70 people who are, yes? All right. It's clear. Thank you. All right. So the next question is, what is their status in the U.S. before coming to Jamaica? And are they, by any chance, in U.S. custody? So what is the status of those who are coming to Jamaica? The third question is current status before they come to Jamaica. The third question relates to the capacity of the IOM, because the IOM is listed as the one responsible for monitoring them. Do they have the capacity to monitor and provide the feedback that is required to ensure that they're acting consistent with the MOU? And fourthly, are they voluntarily choosing to come to Jamaica, or are they basically required to come to choose to come to Jamaica? And related to that, the location of where they will live while in Jamaica, is that also their choice, or is there some restrictions on where they can live? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Turn your mic off, please. Then the member from St. James South, and then the member from St. Andrew South West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, you spoke about it generally, but specifically, who pays for accommodation, health care, security, transportation? No, as I said, he spoke generally. I'm asking for some specific points. Specifically, Minister, who pays for accommodation, transportation, health care, security, and the administrative costs associated with these transfers?
The minister said the United States of America. Do you have any other question?
Will any Jamaican taxpayer funds be used
The minister said the United States of America.
incidentals?
Member, do you have any questions that do not surround answers already given?
Incidentals
Please.
is something totally different. I know some
Go
people
for
perhaps
something
don't
totally
understand
different,
that.
member. No, it isn't.
The second question, Minister, has Jamaica negotiated and settled on compensation from the U.S. for participation in this program? What, therefore, is the estimated annual cost, if any, and financial benefit to be accrued from Jamaica's participation in this program? Third question. Has the Ministry of Finance conducted a fiscal impact assessment survey? Because, I mean, there are some obvious costs, but then the hidden costs which only a fiscal impact assessment could reveal. You said that this was signed last week, Thursday, but has Cabinet approved the MOU between Jamaica and US committing Jamaica to this? And finally, Minister, What is the duration of the MOU? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, indefinite? Thank you.
Minister, last person will be the member from St. Andrew Southwest. The other member who initially indicated their question was covered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two questions, really. One of them has to do with the persons who come where the criminal history shows nothing that is noteworthy or to worry about, nothing that's adverse. But what will happen if those individuals come with a clean record and later it is found that there is criminal antecedents? Have we thought through and worked through what will happen and how that will be dealt with? That's one. The person comes seemingly with a clean criminal record, but if while they're here it is found that they do have adverse criminal antecedents, how is that going to be dealt with? That would have prevented them from being accepted as part of the program according to the safeguards that we have. So that is question one. Question two, you have answered part of it, but the part that is still left unanswered for me in terms of covering the costs for individuals. I am assuming that we assume that they're here for a certain period and that is covered. If they remain longer than that period, is the financial cost still covered by the U.S.? Once they start proceedings, for example, for asylum, what happens to their costs? Is it still covered by the U.S.? Is it covered by them? Or will Jamaica have to take up any of that? Just asking.
Thank you, Member. Minister, turn your mic on, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me say, I think I made copious note on this. They'll be here as visitors for the first round. Bear in mind that once they stay beyond what may be a kind of projected time frame, two things can happen. One, they can apply for asylum. They will treat them as any other illegal immigrant, which is why the numbers are restricted. Secondly, if we find like we have that they might have an adverse trace, we can deport them to their home country at our cost. And the power of the minister remains intact and is not breached by any agreement. We can deport any undeserved visitor we have in the country. Okay? Capacity of the IOM is not one that we are going to have to go into. We have an understanding that they will provide certain services. Again, if the agreement is being pursued and we find that they cannot be with 25 people, because the numbers is what we have agreed to, then we'll have to examine their operational activity at that point in time. They are sent here by the United States government as illegal immigrants. They don't have a choice in where to go. If they have a choice, they'll stay in the United States. And they're offered to be returned to their home country. Once they get here, we are part of the operational detail we are seeking to settle is location. We have to identify a venue where they can stay, and that is part of what we have to do before we operationalize the activity. And no one will be sent here until we settle that, an appropriate location for them to stay, and they cannot be detained, and they cannot be a place which is significant.
They don't have a choice, they don't know where to go. So where the country where they come from?
If country where they know them to keep them.
So Harris Chang, Andrew go take up people problem. So they don't have nowhere to go.
And we have our people when I need
Andrew Willis have Jamaican live on that tree from Melissa from last year. When I have nowhere to go.
Jesus, I'm tired. I'm stressed out.
Black Beauty.
I'm stressed.
They may tell us that everybody will talk for Jamaica for just stop. People for just slow them. This is a joke.
No, the sense that they're going to be detained. I'm going to all of them now. The cost, as detailed by the member from South St. James, as said, is general. We cover all IOM, they cover the funding that is designed to cover the cost for the initial period of this year. All of their cost. Right? Unless, as I said, if we have to deport one ourselves, then we have a deportation order which we activate separately.
So Andrew,
the cost.
make Donald Trump a dump all of the gay them. Most of them are gay them, you know. Under the summer agreement, most of them are gay. Most of them are homosexual.
And then can't go back to their country.
And then can't go back to their country. That is why they can't go back to their country.
Kind of accepted in their
Kind of accepting in their country, but you Andrew is accepting that Jamaica is changing. Jamaica is, you understand? Evolving. So they accept 10,000 Batman to give them house and land in our country.
There's no compensation we derive from the United States government. It's an agreement we have negotiated. As I said, the United States government is one of Jamaica's primary partners in terms of both trade and security, and we negotiate this. In this case, they asked. When we were to receive our IRMs, we asked for a negotiated agreement, and they sent us the numbers we're saying, 2 flights a month. In this case, they asked us to accommodate their policy program, and we, in negotiation, did so. There's no compensation there. The United States, as a partner in security, they are our primary partners in security. And we get, and in times of emergency, they are always available. In the passage of Hurricane Melissa, they were particularly helpful beyond security. Their major helicopters were most critical in the initial phase. They were in your constituency, delivering goods and taking personnel because we didn't have that kind of equipment. And they're always on standby for that kind of activity at any time. Our relationship has not, we may vary in the public perception, but we have had a very strong relationship with the United States government for a long time. And I said their security arrangements in particular have been strengthened in the last few years and has worked extremely well in us identifying and disrupting both transnational criminal activity, gangsters and otherwise in our country. Up to recently, I've seen that they arrested some 5 individuals who are major shippers of guns in the United States, and that came about because of major bilateral cooperation in dealing with the illegal trade of firearms coming to Jamaica. The Ministry of Finance naturally would not be consulted because the primary cost to us will be the deployment of our staffing and their establishment, which is why, again, the numbers were set at the number they're at, that we can manage that number in addition to what we are currently doing with other immigration activities. So there would be no particular need to get a special assignment budget either from the Ministry of Finance or to seek further funding from the United States. As indicated again, I repeat, the program, Madam Speaker, is such that we can pause at any time. Either side can pause for whatever reason, and when we pause, review and look on. They are not like to be any expansion in numbers, I repeat, because we have negotiated to get a number we think we can manage. Given the activities in the Caribbean and around us, it may be that if other numbers increase, we may have to decrease these numbers. Not likely we'll have to increase them because the instability in some of our neighbors may force other individuals coming to Jamaica and we deal with them.
This is a never-ending.
Yeah, it was.
This deal of them sorry to America.
It had to be approved by cabinet, and that was done before. And cabinet gives instruction to the ministries.
Look more here.
They instruct us on the basis of a draft MOU, which we then take to our partner, and when we discuss it, it was accepted, and we signed off together. Same time. And the it's an understanding.